Hey there, folks. I'm Charlotte, the Gulf Coast Granny, and it's Sunday night, and I'm not usually live on Sunday night, and my dog is not usually making this much noise on Sunday night. How's everybody doing? Oh, my goodness. Okay. Grumpus, are you here? Got to get on my computer real quick, and then we're going to chat it up just a bit. How's everybody doing tonight? Again, this is not my normal night to go live, but I missed last night due to scouting events that I had to do with my son. And let me tell you something. I don't know if y'all read the description of this video, but I'm ready to skip summer. Yesterday's adventure out in the sun all day long, a cookout, a parade. It was insane, and I don't ever want to do it again. I have decided that I'm going to hibernate all summer long. And hey, TJ, how are you, my dear? I'm going to hibernate all summer, and I'm not going out there in that mess. But except for if I go on vacation, because we're thinking about Poppy has to go out of town again in the next couple of weeks, and he wants to take me and Murphy with him. So we might do that. I'll be in your neck of the woods, DJ. He has to go to Brooksville. Isn't that where you were when the hurricane came? I mean, after the hurricane came? I think you told me you went up there till your house was fixed. Oh, shoot. Look, I am not a multitasker. Let's see. There we go. I have decided that summertime is my least favorite season of the year. And you know that's crazy. Hey, Grumpus, how are you? It is my least favorite. And the older I get, the worse it gets. I despise the summertime. I despise the heat down south. And that's where I am, obviously. I'm in South Mississippi. And, you know, I used to live in Florida for the first 35 years of my life. I lived in Florida, North Florida, over on the Atlantic coast. And I thought it was hot when I lived there. I thought that was the hottest place in the world. But I promise you this, after moving to Virginia and then moving down here to Mississippi to, I guess, retire eventually, I've decided that Mississippi is the hottest place on the planet. Now, I'm sure if those folks over in Guam would argue with me, but I've never been to Guam, so I don't have anything to compare that to. But Mississippi is hot. I'm sure it's just about the same as Houston, isn't it, Grumpus? Yesterday, we had a heat index at 4 o'clock in the evening of 108 degrees. And people just can't live in that mess. I don't know what we're going to do except stay in the house. I done decided I'm staying in the house. Let me see something here. Add. Sorry, Grumpus, I'm having a hard time figuring out how to operate this stinking thing tonight. I'm not usually doing this on my phone.
Uh-oh.
Just started doing it on my phone a couple of weeks ago. I'm sorry, I'm blocking my GCs.
How you doing, DJ?
Grumpus, I can barely hear you.
Can you barely hear me? No kidding?
Yeah.
Let me see here.
You're as hot. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, that it was as hot here as you are there, Grumpus. Because I know it's been hellacious where you are. But the older I get, the worse it affects me, and I can't stand it. Yesterday, I was almost sick when I got home. Almost sick from it.
Is this any better?
No.
Well, what the hell?
I wonder if it's me.
DJ, how do I sound?
Quiet. Hang on, let me see if it's me. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you just fine. These are the same
Okay.
settings I had the other night, but that
Let me
don't
think
mean
real
nothing.
quick.
This stuff kind of has a life of its own. And a will of its
Hey,
own.
I'm up as high as I can go. I didn't have this problem last week. Fiddlesticks.
DJ says I'm good. Am I quiet or loud, DJ? Do I need to adjust? I'm not ignoring you. I'm looking at the comments.
I can switch if I need to my computer.
Well, I still haven't figured this audio mixer out yet. I can't tell. I can't tell if
Hey, Bone
I'm
Tired
hearing before
Travelers, how are you
broadcast
doing this
or after.
evening? I think I've said it like 3 times now, but this is not my normal night to go live. But believe it or not, it's me then, isn't it? The volume thing is me.
Volume might be on your end then.
Crud. Let's see. How am I going to fix this? I have no idea. I'm going to check and see if my volume is messed up.
Are you listening through the speaker itself?
The speaker on my phone, yes.
Well, it may not go any louder then.
Do what?
It may not go any louder.
It does. I assure you it does.
Okay.
In fact, last weekend when we were on my phone, it was fine, wasn't it? Well, now this has me flabbergasted. I have no idea
more every
what
week,
I'm
don't
doing.
we?
Let me turn off the mic.
DJ, how you been? I'm having the same problem. What is your name, Bone Tired? Yeah, Bone Tired. I bought one of these Rodecaster Pro 2s about 6 months ago, and it's still smarter than me. So I'm trying to. I haven't figured out yet to tell if I'm hearing before it goes out broadcast or if I'm hearing after. But we'll get it figured out one of these days. Nice to meet you, Bone Tired. Is that what you go by as Bone Tired? Is that what I call you? You can hear that, can't you?
Okay.
Well, I sound my best when I'm not talking.
You do not. Hush up. I'm just going to have to pull the camera in a little bit closer so I can hear. Because if everybody else can hear us both the same, then it's my stupid contraption here. And I'm not quite sure why it's doing this.
Can you use a headphone?
Yes, I can, I think. I can hear the effects if I plug my ears straight into the board, but it doesn't come through on broadcast.
Yeah, so you're hearing pre-broadcast then. You're hearing local.
I don't even know what that means.
Bone Tired, do you have a mix minus on your board?
I'll be right back. I'm going to go get my headset.
Okay. Which board do you have? Well, my particular board has a feature on it called mix minus, and that keeps everybody on the panel from feeding back. When I hear them, it keeps it from feeding back, so they don't hear themselves. Oh, Charlotte done fell over.
Okay, this is going to take me a minute. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine.
Okay. I'm going to try to transfer it from my phone, or I got a number of devices that's connected to this, and I don't know which one is on it right now. So I've got to do that.
That's funny, Charlotte. I was at a restaurant yesterday, a sports bar, and they must have had, gosh, 60, 70 TVs. And all of a sudden, my phone just started blowing up, and every one of those TVs was trying to connect to my Bluetooth.
Oh no! Oh no!
I sat there for 5 minutes.
That's crazy. Okay, I might disappear for a minute. I might not. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Did I disappear?
Not yet.
Okay, good. Okay, this might be the one. No, don't disconnect.
So bone tired. Am I safe to assume you're using OBS on your broadcast?
It through StreamYard. So I go to settings, and I go to audio, and I go to heads. Talk to me, Grumpus.
Hey, how you doing?
Nope, that's not it.
All right, can you hear me now?
I can. Hot diggity dog crap.
Freaking miracle.
Here we go. All right.
Do you know what you did?
Yes, I do. I know what I did. And guess what?
Take notes.
I did. These aren't even on right now. It's
okay.
I should have had it on speakerphone instead of
okay.
the regular phone.
I got you.
Look, I think I'm jinxed.
How's that?
To stream on Sunday nights. The first thing that happened was the dog went crazy barking, and then the second thing that happened was Domino's came to the door because one of my genius children decided it'd be a great idea to call and order Domino's and have them delivered at 9:30 when I told them I was going to go live and leave me alone. And now my dog is whining, and we had, of course, the audio. I'll be right back, and we're going to start this thing over.
Okay, we can regroup.
Out. Good girl. Okay. I was not going to pull this out in case of emergency, but
I think this is an emergency.
The grape juice needs to commence.
Well, I was going to pop on last night and sub, but I didn't get home till I think it was 10 till 2.
Oh my goodness! What were you doing?
Well, I think did I tell you my neighbor's moving?
I think you did. Yes.
My neighbor next door. I think they've been my neighbor for 28 years, something like that. I practically watched them grow up, and just him and her. We've always been friends. We hit it off real good. I mean, if I'd ever had kids of my own, those are the two kids I would have wanted.
Those are the ones you'd have wanted.
Good work ethics. They're good morals. They'll give you the shirt off their back. Just really, really good people. And her mom, her parents are in Kansas City, and her mom's pretty much bedridden. Her dad's lost a leg from diabetes,
Oh,
and they're getting in
oh,
age, so they're selling their place. Uh, my neighbors sold their place next door. They bought them a house over in Beaumont with a little. I think they got a couple of acres, and
right.
so they're relocating over there because he's from Louisiana, so now he's closer to his parents.
Mm-hmm.
So it was
Mm-hmm.
a good move for them. I hate the thought of them leaving, but
Oh, sure.
anyway,
Yeah.
make a long story short, they came in yesterday to run some errands
Mm-hmm.
and doing some final stuff on the house. So there was like four of us on the street all went out to eat last night
Well, that sounds really nice.
and had a really good time and everything. Well, they had to get back to Beaumont, so they left. So when we all left the restaurant, one of my neighbors decided let's just go to his house. So
All right, then.
one cork led to another.
Of course. It always does, doesn't it?
And before you know it, I'm trying to aim my wife down the sidewalk. Hope she don't run into a tree before we get home.
And break your other arm.
Break her other arm.
Well, it
So
sounds like it was a good time.
it was a good time. We got home. She says, "Are you still going live?" I says, "I don't think I can entertain myself all night."
That's pretty darn funny. Well, I'm glad you got to hang out with them and at
Yeah,
least
it was good. It was really good.
right. I wish sometimes that we could get some stable neighbors on our street. It's
Well,
very
they're
much rental street.
coming few and far between now. I mean, it used to be like summer camp on this street. Everybody knew everybody. I've watched everybody's kids grow up. Now they bring their kids over for trick or treating and stuff. I mean, it was a pretty tight group because going down my street is out of the way of
Mm-hmm,
anybody passing through the subdivision. You
mm-hmm.
generally need to have some business on that street, or you won't take the time to even drive down that road.
That's the way my old street was,
But
where I used to.
as
It was a cul-de-sac, and the only people that ever really traveled on that street were either lost or lived there.
yeah, it seems like as more and more people are leaving, there's a problem with property people buying the houses and renting them out to
Yeah.
who knows what.
This guy next door bought this house. Now we do have some permanent neighbors on the north end of me, but this is the south end over here, and I have no idea who is going to move into that because they've bought it to rent it. And right now, the property owner is actually living in the home, refurbishing it, and said he won't be done for about a year. I said, "Well, I'm not going to buy this place till I know what's moving in next door."
Yeah, there
And
you go.
I told him that. I said, you're really, if you're going to be a slumlord, you need to let me know now.
Yeah,
I said, because my landlord is not a slumlord.
yeah.
He's a great guy. He takes care of this place. Anytime I need anything, he's here within 20 minutes. And now, of course, I've never had to call him in the middle of the night, but I bet if I did, he'd be here. I
Well,
can almost guarantee it.
the old couple that lived across the street from me. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, they were there forever. They were there 20 some years,
Mm-hmm.
and she finally got Alzheimer's, and I think that she finally died. But he moved away to a place,
Mm-hmm.
and I mean, she was out in that front yard gardening. She had the whole front of her house was lilies and amaryllis and all that kind of stuff. I mean, you've heard me talk about before. She took care of
Yes.
the yard.
Yes. Good
Well,
day, Rufus. I'm
we've
sorry.
we've got people over there now that park their trucks in the yard.
Oh, for the love of Pete. Don't it
And
make you want to go over there and punch him in the nose?
I just want to slap the shit out of them. But
Mm-hmm.
I'm afraid the people have bought this house next door.
Mm-hmm.
I think they all know each other, and I may have the exact same thing, but next door. I don't know.
Oh, God, I hope not. I hope not.
I
Our
hope
neighbor,
not. It'd break my heart to see a truck parked up in Shannon's driveway, up in his
right.
yard. But
Our neighbor
anyway,
passed
people do
away a
that.
few months ago. The family is cleaning out the house to sell. We're curious to see what we get. I'll tell you what, that's one reason that I want to be in the woods with no neighbors.
Oh, me too. I
You
would
know?
love to have like 10 acres somewhere and just scalp a spot
Mhm.
in the middle for some sunshine.
Yep,
And if they want to put up Walmarts and 7-Elevens next to me, I can't see them.
that's right.
Just let it grow wild.
I'll tell you what, each year that passes, I am more and more tempted to just buy a single wide mobile home and stick it on my dad's property. I've got 3 more years till my son graduates. And after that, I don't have to be here anymore.
Yeah,
He can
that's
either
true.
come with us, or he can get a job and take care of himself, or he can go to college, whatever he wants to do. I don't care. But part of the problem is I'm afraid to leave them because, they're pretty helpless.
Now, let me ask you, have they ever had a chance to be on their own?
No, 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 they haven't. And that's my fault. I know it is. Um,
I believe it'd be harder on you than it would on them.
well, you know what me and Wesley thought about doing is going ahead and buying this place and then
Yeah.
just letting them live in it and pay the mortgage. That way, at least they'll be together.
Yeah.
And, if they struggle a little bit, we could help them out. Let me tell you, the only problem I have with that whole plan is that Poppy's been with the same company now for 10 years. He gets over a month of PTO every year. And if he has to go somewhere and start all over again,
Oh, yeah.
that's going to be a real pain in the tuchus.
Well, there's always that.
Mm-hmm. And of course, if we move up there, I'm going to want to come back here and visit quite often to see my kids and my grandkids and all of that. So I don't know.
Lucky for my neighbor, he's a top-notch ace mechanic.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the whole time I've known him, he's only worked at 2 different dealerships.
No kidding.
And he had a job lined up over in Beaumont at another dealership like a month before they even moved.
No kidding.
Because everybody wants him.
Yeah.
He's one of these guys that just he'll end up being the I tease him now because I think he turned 50 or he's close to it. But I told him, I said, you're going to be the wise old sage all these young bucks come to, and
right
after they ask to borrow a wrench, they're going to ask you how to use it.
That's one thing that Poppy is trying to teach Murphy now is how to, work on his truck and
use his hands.
Things around the house. And in fact, our lawnmower is messing up, and you can pull it to start it and it'll run for a minute or a second or two. But as soon as you go to walk with it, and it's self-propelled, but as soon as you go to walk, it cuts off. And I said, sounds like it's not getting any gas. And my son said, it's full of gas, Mom. I said, well, then something's keeping it from getting gas. I said, it's either the air filter, the fuel filter, the fuel line, or the carburetor. What else can it be in a lawnmower?
Yeah.
So he ordered a fuel filter kit, and it's got a fuel line, a fuel filter, air filter, some other little thing. I don't know what else is not in it, but he wants his dad this week sometime because it's supposed to be here Monday or Tuesday, and he wants his dad to show him how to do it.
That's great.
So I was real proud of him for that. I want him to be able to work in an office one of these days, or at least an air-conditioned building. But I do want him to know how to take care of what needs to be taken care of.
Well, absolutely, because he needs if he's going to end up in a position to where maybe he's managing people or overseeing their work, he doesn't need to know exactly the job, but he needs to know enough if they're blowing smoke up his ass or not.
That's true. That's true.
I've told my employees before, I had a guy got in my face once because I'd gotten a promotion that he thought he should have gotten. And I was just trying to make chit chat, kind of lighten the air, a little bit, and asked him about
Sure.
how he was going to treat a corner on some sheetrock, a radius type thing like that. And he jumped up and he says, "You don't know? You're the boss. You should know." I said, "I don't have to know who to do the job. I just need to know who to call." I says, "Do you
You're
want on
right.
that
I am the boss. That means
Do you want on that list or not?"
right.
But I did know it. I did know how to do it. I was just trying to make conversation.
Of course, yeah.
But the
And
point
then he
is,
had to get attitude.
you need to know when a contractor comes to your house to, you know, re-insulate the roof or something like, or put shingles up. You should at least know enough about it to know if they're doing a good job or not.
That's right. Exactly. Whether it's putting up shingles or plumbing jobs or air conditioning jobs or anything.
I mean, join a framing crew for 6 months and see how houses go up, how the corners are made and stuff. Someday you gotta have his own house. That might come in handy.
It sure might. Well, I told him the other day, I said, look, because he doesn't act like he wants to go to college. But he says the obligatory, I want to go to college, because he thinks that's what we want to hear,
Yeah.
And I told him, I've been telling him for like 6 months, look, if you don't want to go to college right after high school, that's okay, but you need a skill. So you need to go get certified in air conditioning or plumbing or some kind of trade where I want to do welding. I said, no, you don't. I said, that is a dirty, hot
nice to
job.
know, but you don't want people to know how to do it.
Well, and Poppy was a welder in the military.
Yeah.
He kept airplanes in the air.
I can weld, but that's not my job.
But exactly. And now that he's working in electronics, he prefers that, and that's what he likes to do.
I'll tell you, when Vicky's son was living with us, he's got there's a guest bathroom that he used.
Mm-hmm,
well, the toilet wasn't flushing right.
Right.
So I went to Lowe's and I bought the whole replacement kit, the whole thing. Took it in there. I said, "Here you go."
He's like, "What do I do with this?"
That's exactly what he said.
Google it.
I said, "I put a roof over your head. If you want a pot to pee in, fix it."
Fix it.
He says, "I don't know nothing about it." I said, "The instructions are on the back."
Well, and you can YouTube anything today.
And I left him with it. And it took him all evening. He finally got it working.
No, good for him.
Me and my wife had a big argument. She thought I need to go in and help him. I said, he can't do anything but flood the bathroom. That's how you learn. You do it one time. Because and the same thing, the dishwasher went out. Well, it was the pump. I ordered a pump, got the whole kit, gave it to him. I said, "Pop that panel off on the bottom. Find something that looks like this and change it."
And change it.
And again, it took him all evening, and I left him alone. And you know what? He did it.
And he did it.
Because my goal for him was for him to know enough that he could go to some apartment someplace and be a maintenance
person.
Mm-hmm. Because a lot of times they'll give them rent free.
Yeah.
Free rent or discounted rent. And I wanted him to be handy enough that he had enough confidence he could go into something and figure it out.
My son, the one, actually, I have 2 grandsons that are going to have birthdays tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yeah, one's turning 2 and the other one's turning 4. And the one that's turning 2, his daddy is my number 4 child, number 2 boy, number 4 child. And he started off, believe it or not, he just painted walls in a hospital. And then he started doing other things. And then he was something to do with a boiler in the hospital where I don't know what that does, but it takes care of a lot of stuff. And do you know that now he's a director of maintenance at a nursing home?
Well, that's how it works.
And he's doing great.
I ran the maintenance department. I ran the maintenance department in the Pennzoil building downtown. They hired me in to hang sheetrock. I never hung a single piece of sheetrock in 16 years.
I don't like to do sheetrock.
I don't either, but I need
I
the
don't
job.
mind doing little patches. But as far as getting on buckets or stilts and getting up there and sing, I'm not doing all that. And I don't like the dust.
I agreed to do it to get my foot in the door. And like I said, I was there 16 years and never hung a single sheet.
Never hung a single sheet.
Nope.
Well, when I was a single mom with a whole bunch of kids, that little boy that is now the director of maintenance, he stuck some of his Hot Wheels down the toilet and flushed them. And I couldn't figure out how to fix it. So what I did was,
and a belt didn't work, did it?
I undid the bolts on the side of the toilet, pulled the toilet off the floor, took it outside, and run a water hose through it backwards, and here they tumbled on out. I said, oh my God, how the devil am I going to get this thing back on? Because I didn't know what that wax ring was and why it was stuck to the floor. But I learned.
That's
I went.
Problems got this mess on it.
Right? Oh, I know. Oh God, that was bad. So I got my little paint scraper and I scraped it up. And I went to Home Depot and I said, hey, I had to take my toilet off because there was Hot Wheels in the toilet. I said, what's that sticky thing on the floor? He said, that's a wax ring. Here, this is how you do it.
If you're lucky, it's wax.
Yeah, right. He says, the directions are on the back if you don't remember how to do it. He said, and I'll give you my number. And you can call me if you can't figure it out. So in order to make sure I didn't have to call nobody, I remembered and I read the directions and I got it right.
Well, that's how you learn. It's trial by fire.
It is. Bone Tired said HVAC is a great job. My son does very well as a maintenance manager on the air base. That was my crochet hook, y'all. Did you hear that?
I heard it.
Dingle, dingle, dingle. That was my crochet hook.
Did you see Rolf's last comment?
So that's like me and bakers. I'm not qualified, but I know a lot. That's funny, Rolf. Good Lord. Hey, Mona, I'm sorry. I was my comments were stuck and I wasn't paying attention.
I didn't see her sneak in here.
Yeah, she said, hey, DJ's Cartoon Universe, and hey to Rolfus. And Tom Garvey, are you still here? My parents took off for a 2-year trip around Australia when you were 17, and you did turn out all right, Rolfus. That's good to know. A 2-year trip around Australia. Wow. I bet that was fun. Fascinating. Mona, I'm sorry I missed you. Please tell me you're still here. I didn't run you off. Hey, Sheena, how are you? It's good to see you. Who's mono? What's a mono? You just wrote that, Grumpus.
Mono. It's supposed to be Mona.
Oh, Mona.
Damn spell check.
That's all. Oh, my God. So look, I'm working on a new project, and I know you don't care, Grumpus, but I'm going to show it to you anyway. Look how beautiful that is. Ta-ta.
It is.
I'm so proud of this. It's halfway finished, and it's going to be a wrap to go with whatever, clothes.
Oh.
It's not really to keep you warm. It's only in cotton. So thank you, Sheena. Thank you. I know all you men in here don't care about my crocheting, but it's what I do, and it's part of Gulf Coast Granny, so I figured I'd just show y'all what I'm working on every now and then. Huh?
It's still pretty, just the same.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Maybe is Patrick's not in here, is he? No, Patrick's not here.
I haven't seen him.
This is Grumpus. I thought the bell was to remind you to fill the wine glass. No, Rolfus,
that would be Tom.
No, kid. Let me show you what I got today. No, yesterday. This is beauty-mous. Look at that beautiful philodendron. I love him. It's called Philodendron Brazil is the name.
Put it outside where you get plenty of sun.
I'm gonna put it in my window because if I put it outside, I won't water. I will not water it, and it'll be dead by next week. Thank you so much, Sheena. I appreciate that. She hit the thumbs up. Yep. Yeah, all of y'all go on ahead and hit the thumbs up button. Maybe we'll get some more folks in here. I usually peter out at about 11 folks. Tonight it's 8 because I'm not on my regular night. But I'm hoping eventually that I can, now that I'm going to be live streaming again, excuse me, that I can get some more folks in here. Of course, I do enjoy my regulars.
We need to get out of our rut.
I think you're right.
I know I'm in a rut. I'm not going to speak for you, but I've been in a rut for over a year.
Me too. Me too. And I told you a long time ago, I just feel like I don't have a whole lot left to say. And Sheena said, wear a tinfoil hat. They'll come from. I might have to make me one. But, well, hang on. Oh, and I got some new yarn, too. Look how pretty that yarn is. Isn't that beautiful? It is silk and merino wool, and I have no idea. There's only 300 yards, and I have no idea what to make with it. Really, it's enough for a hat, and that's about it. But I don't think I have my hats in here. No, I don't. Well, that sucks. Oh, well. But I got my son's blanket finished. I don't know if I showed it last week or not. It's kind of a beige and pink color, and it was a rectangle. Mm-hmm. And I got that finished and got that sent out to him on Friday. That is beautiful. That wool is fantastic. That's what I'm thinking about doing with it, Sheena, is just making a hat because thank you, Mona. Y'all need to see. I need to do a ladies' night. And I will show y'all, all you crocheting folks out there, because I know Mona crochets. I got to show y'all some of the yarn that I bought. Holy Toledo. In fact, hang on. That's just a little bit of it. In fact, it's so funny.
Wesley has to work so much.
All this was on mystery boxes and well, anyhow, let me tell you what happened the other night. So Poppy had to go in his closet. That was yesterday morning. He had to go in his closet to find his Boy Scout uniform because he's a Boy Scout leader and he has his own uniform. And he come in the kitchen while I was eating breakfast and he said, "Honey, the yarn fairy came." I said, "Really? Where?" He says, "In our closet, there's like 3 of these totes in there." I said, "Are you kidding me?" So tonight, he went in the linen closet to get a towel for his shower, and I had pulled some out from underneath the bed and stuck it in one of these containers and stuck it underneath the linen closet. And he comes back to the kitchen. He says, "You and the yarn fairy must be in cahoots." I said, "Well, she likes me a whole lot when you're not here. That's why you shouldn't go out of town very often."
There has to be a self-help group for you.
Look, I have not bought, seriously, this is the God's honest truth. I have not bought a lot of yarn in probably over a year. But I got some gorgeous, this stuff here, this stuff is so beautiful. This is Juniper Moon Farms Nimbus Paints. And I know you don't know what that is, but I will tell you.
Like yarn to me.
It's 100% Mako cotton. Oh, no, it ain't. It's 4% nylon, too. So that's 96% Mako. This is Israeli cotton. This stuff is normally extremely expensive. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous?
What makes it different?
the softness and it's just high quality, soft, amazing cotton yarn. And I'm thinking about making a cardigan with it.
So is it a different cotton plant, or is it just the way it's processed?
It's the way it's processed.
Okay.
This is actually blown. Hang on a minute. Let me look at my tag real quick. This is a roving. This is a roving type yarn, which means it's not, there's no ply. It's just spun. There's no ply to it. But it's super, super, super soft. And then in one of my mystery boxes, I got this nasty stuff. You know what this is? Mona knows what this is. This is scrubby yarn, and I got 6 balls of it. And I was tempted to burn it.
What do you use it for?
People make dishcloths with it to scrub things, and they make these pretty little poofy things. And actually, I found a pattern for a mitten that you can use to wash stuff with. Actually, I am in the process of making a back scrubber with it that's just got 2 loops on the end of it so you can scrub your back. I'm probably not going to use it, but Poppy will. And then this one here, this is Medina yarn. Barocco Medina is the name of it. And it's got this beautiful, all of them just have, if you keep digging in the yarn, you'll find so many colors in there. It's crazy how far it goes. But I mean, they all are in there's not too many colors in one ball. I mean, they all match each other and flow into each other.
So approximately, what's a ball like that cost? A couple bucks?
I will tell you.
Because my cat would love to play with something like that.
I will send your cat a ball of yarn. I certainly will, because I can send your cat the whole ball of scrubby over there, all 3 of them. Sheena, I don't know if America still makes yarn, but that Juniper Moon Farms is an American made. Let me get it. See, believe it or not, that's the same color as the pink one I pulled out earlier. It's just wound differently. Hang on. Let me see it. Now they imported this yarn from Israel, but it was manufactured here. Dang it, there. Fiddlesticks. Let me look. I got all of their websites like on speed dial on my computer. Juniper Moon Farms. Let's see, where is it? I know it's an American company. And they have some of the nicest yarn that you can buy in this country, to be honest with you. That's what I believe. And actually, I've never had the money to buy it before. Oh, I was going to tell you, Berrocco. Medina. I'll tell you how much ball usually costs. One of these balls is normally at Jimmy Bean's, it's $8. One Chicago Yarns, it's $16. It really varies a lot.
Yeah.
And 2, I got this 5 in a bag for like $30. So that was about $6.
Yeah.
Which is not bad.
Well, it's cheaper than pet toys.
Yes. Because I spent a whole bunch on that stuff that Virgil chewed up last week.
I know.
Oh, I did buy him something that he can't chew up. It's a ball that has a tennis ball inside of it. And he loves it. Where is it? It's got to be on this floor somewhere. Let me look. Oh, fiddlesticks. Where'd that stinking thing go? it is. So he's had this since last Sunday and has not torn it up.
Wow.
And it's got these, you can grab it from him and pull because he likes to do the pull thing now. And Sheena adopted a dog. Actually, Sheena, if you'll go to a company called Little Knits, they've got the best deals on a lot of this yarn. And you can get them in bags of 5 or bags of 10. They even have Noro yarn. Noro yarn's about $49 a ball, but it's imported from Japan. It's wonderful yarn. I love it. But anyhow, this is a Kong toy. I forget the name of it, but he has not put a hole in this or anything yet. Like, in the plastic, it's really, and it squeaks. And he loves this thing. So now he has 2 toys that he can't tear up. It's a retired Frenchie show dog, and she needs a sweater. Measure her around her neck and around her chest, and I'll see what I can do. I'll see what I can do. I don't know. It's getting hot in here. I'm going to turn off my volume real quick and holler at one of my youngins.
Let her rip. Yeah, Sheena, when that thing squeaked, my cat perked its ears over here.
Please turn the air conditioner on. Thank you. I need it a little cooler in here. I'm about to burn up.
It's because you're so hot.
But when I say it's cold, he says, it's just your heart, honey.
It is. You're the ice queen.
The ice queen.
Oh, no, Sheena, I'm not doing none of that now. I'm not doing all that.
That's her other channel.
No. Okay, so I have one last thing to show y'all. And this is my daughter's. And this sums up my daughter's personality in one item. This is Violet, the one that graduated last year. She just finished her first year of college, and she's studying environmental science. And does anybody know what that is? Oh, there's a glare on it, for the love of Pete.
Let me see the whole thing. I don't know what it is.
It's a shark. It's a baby shark.
Oh, now I see it.
It is a dog shark. And she called it prenatal. And that means, okay, listen what I learned tonight. This type of shark is what they called ovoviviparous, which means that the babies are fertilized internally in the shark, and they develop in the shark, and they're born inside the shark, but they're not completely developed when they're born. But they still swim around inside their mama for a little bit, and then she expels them prenatal, basically before they're completely developed. And then they go off and they eat little critters. And yes, it's basically a shark fetus. Yes. Is that not the coolest thing ever? I wish I could get it. This blue water prevents you from being able to see it really good.
Yeah.
But oh, there we go. No. But there's his little face. Can you see his little face right there?
Yeah.
Isn't that the coolest thing? Never mind.
Well, Charlotte, that brings up a point. I ran across a plug-in. Are you using Chrome?
Not on my phone.
Okay. Do you use it on your laptop?
Yes.
Okay. I ran across a plug-in the other day. It's called Dark Reader. And let me show you what it does.
Okay.
If you look at my screen, I'm going to turn it off. StreamYard has all this white on it.
Yes.
Now see the pupils? So you can see the reflection. I'm going to
Yeah.
turn it off and look at the difference. See that how it cleared it up?
Yes.
Because now, well, let me pop this up here. I'll show you. Let's see, center screen. Okay, here's my center screen.
Okay.
Right here, this part right up here where it says dark reader.
Yeah.
If I turn it off, the
Hang on.
screen's white. The screen's white. If I turn it
Yeah.
on, it makes it
The whole
dark.
thing. Oh my gosh.
So especially for people with eyeglasses, it doesn't reflect back in your glasses so much.
Right.
But
That's
you
why
can
I
see how
have to
much
wear
it-
mine tilted.
You can see how much it cleared up my lens.
Yeah. Dark reader, and it's a plug-in.
For Chrome. Dark reader, 2 words.
Okay.
And that will help clear up. And especially when you get your lighting just right, and then you pop up StreamYard, it throws your lighting all. It washes you out.
Yes.
So this keeps that from happening.
Well, and I don't know a lot about.
That will help when you was trying to show your shark. You
It would
wouldn't
get
have
that glare off of it.
You wouldn't have had that white glare showing back on it.
Mm-hmm. I'll have to do that.
So anybody out there that uses StreamYard on Chrome, that I've been using it for a couple of weeks now. Nothing's crashed. Nothing has seemed to affect anything. So
I wonder if I could use it on my phone.
if you use Chrome on your phone, well, I don't know if it works on a phone or not. To be honest with you, I don't use my phone.
Right. Well, and the reason I've been using my phone is because the picture is so much better. Because my Chromebook, and I've got my little what's that thing called? Webcam, and it's got a pretty decent picture on it too, but it gets hot and cuts off after about an hour.
No kidding?
Yeah.
Your Logitech?
Yeah, I've got 2 of them, and they both do the same thing.
I'll be darned. I've never had one do that.
It's very and it could just be because I'm using a Chromebook. I don't know. I just don't know. But yeah, I would love to get something like that. And well, I'll be honest with you.
Can I put the link on here for you?
Of course, yeah.
All right.
Of course.
For anybody interested, here it is.
Yeah.
I haven't tried it on anything but Chrome.
I'm gonna go download it. Could I get it in the Play Store?
It goes to the Google Store.
That's what I mean. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. But yeah, if y'all are interested in yarn, first thing you need to do is look for mystery boxes from Joann's, Hirschner's, and
the other one.
Hang on, I'm thinking. Mary Maxim. And then you need to go to Little Knits and get their this one I bought here, this colorful one. These are one of a kind skeins. And basically what that means is they messed up something, but you can't tell it because it's so pretty, nobody cares, And I got 2 for $14, which is not bad for silk. I like silk yarn, even if it's not how when you think of silk, you think of a satiny silk. But actually raw silk is very scratchy, almost like linen. And this is kind of in between. This yarn here is kind of in between. You got a little bit of the shine of the silk, but you also have some of it's not scratchy, but it's grabby. Grabby is the word for it. And of course the wool helps it retain its shape once it's made. So yeah, I'm sorry, we're jumping all over the place, Grumpus. I feel like my ADHD is in full impact.
That's what we do.
Yeah, well, it's really it's going to town today. So did I tell you what we did yesterday? So we got up, and Murphy had to go help some kid do his Eagle Scout project. So we, as adults, sat in the park and watched these boys work for 4 hours putting together picnic tables. So after it was over with, we went back to the scout hut because they have their own little building and everything. And we had pizza and they cooked out on the grill. Thank God I wasn't out there with them because they got portable air conditioners inside the building. So it was cool in there. But then I did not know this at the time that I went and volunteered to go, but then we had to go to a parade and the scouts marched in the parade and it started at 4:00. And then we had to do a whole bunch of meet and greet and all this BS downtown because it was the 100th anniversary of the city that I live in. And of course they celebrate that and 4th of July at the same time. So then the fireworks happened and it wasn't over till about 9:30. And I came home basically a sweaty, stinky mess.
It was hot yesterday.
It was so hot and I felt sick. Oh my God, I felt so sick. And I kept drinking. Wesley kept shoving water at me and water. I'm like, you know what? I've had enough water. I can't take any more water.
Going to start boiling.
I want some damn tea. That's what I want. Ice and tea. Good night. Good night, Sheena. I mean, Rolfus. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I was out all day pulling weeds yesterday. And
yeah.
I just about overdid it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it got up to. I never went in to look, but I know it was plenty steamy.
I don't know what. I did not check the weather all day until 4:00, and I'm like, good God, I'm roasting. Please, somebody tell me how hot it is.
Well, all that rain we've had in the last month or so.
Y'all
have been so wet and muddy. I couldn't get out and do anything. And the weeds just got out of hand. I had weeds back there 2 feet high.
Good.
And I've been on my hands and knees for 2 weekends pulling weeds. And I'm done. I'm pooped.
Well, it looks like Poppy's going to have to go out of town again in about a week. And this time I get to go with him.
Oh, yeah?
Me and Murphy are going to go spend a week in Brooksville, Florida. And Poppy will work all day and we'll stay at the hotel and swim and go school clothes shopping. And I think it'll be a lot of fun for both of us.
I think it will be fun.
Yeah. I'll spend some time with him without that stupid game in the, because he can't pay attention for 4 minutes if that game is calling his name.
What game is that?
I don't know, something on the PlayStation.
Oh, okay. That
it's all the games. He's into that stuff. But I think it'll be nice. I don't know what the weather's going to be like, but I told Poppy, I said, you make sure they find us a hotel with a pool and a bar.
Yeah.
That way we can leave Murphy in the room at night, go down, have some food, and get snark.
All you got to do is ask him how's work, and it's considered a business expense.
Exactly. How was work, honey? Tell me about it. So I think that'll be a really nice trip, and hopefully I'll be able to do some video and maybe something funny will happen. I don't know.
Well, it'd just be fun. The 3 of you get away.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It'd be like a family thing.
Sorta. If Poppy can, I don't know. I was telling Poppy, I said, maybe we could stay an extra night, pay for it ourselves, and stay an extra night. And that way we could kind of explore a little bit. And I don't know. I don't know if we'll do that or not. Because, he'll get off work Friday, probably about noon. And then we'll need to head home the next day or Sunday because he'll have to be back at work. And it's a 9-hour drive. So
yeah, that'd be good if you could take an extra day and you guys chill out for one day before you have to make that drive home.
I think it'd be fun. But
we do that sometimes if I go to Dallas to see my brother.
Right.
That's only 3.5 hours, 4 hours if we go to Buc-ee's. And
you spend more than half an hour in Buc-ee's.
But anyway you look at it, it's half a day to get there. half
yeah.
a day to come home. So I usually
Right.
will either take the Friday off or take off at noon.
Okay. Yeah.
That way we can pack up. We can be at Dallas checked in that night on Friday. That gives us, all day Saturday
Right.
before we
Right.
head back, 2 or 3 o'clock on a Sunday evening.
The evening. And see, when we go to visit my parents in Georgia, it's a 9-hour drive there too. I told Wesley, I said, we're 9 hours from everywhere. We're 9 hours from the closest IKEA. Well, maybe 6, but still. Anyhow, but from Brooksville to my parents' place up in Georgia is only 5.5 hours. So it's the short end of the triangle, I guess.
Yeah.
But I don't know.
No, when I drive to Indianapolis to see my family up there, that's anywhere from a 16 to 22-hour drive.
I was going to say that's a good 20 hours there, isn't it?
And depending on how I go and, that kind of stuff. But
right.
I tell my mom, she says, well, won't you come up for the weekend? I said, if I can't come up for 3 or 4 or 5 days, I'm not making the trip.
Right, because it's not worth it.
Well, even if you drive straight through, you lose that next day just due to recovery.
Right.
Because I drive all but maybe an hour.
Right.
And you got the same thing on the way back. So if I don't have 4 or 5 days where I can spend a couple of days up there,
right,
it's not worth it.
Well, and poor Wesley, he does all the driving too, because of course I can't drive, and I feel guilty about that sometimes. And I'll tell him, once we get off of the interstate, what we do is we take the interstate down I-10 down to Marianna, Florida, and then we go north from there. Well, northeast from there, and we go through all those little backward towns and stuff. And I'm like, you sure you don't want me to drive? You sure you don't want me to drive? Because I can drive. It's not that I can't. I just shouldn't drive.
Well, Vicky's a good driver, but I can't sleep when she's driving. I have to be just almost exhausted.
Yeah.
Before I can maybe catch 45 minutes or an hour nap, and then I'm back behind the wheel again.
Right.
In fact, last time we went to Indianapolis, she'd been bugging me for a couple of hours. Don't you want me to drive? Don't you want me to drive? And I said, well, I'll pull over here after a bit. So the whole reason of letting her drive was so we could just keep going.
Yeah.
Pulled over, let her drive. I fell asleep and woke up, and we were in a parking lot because she decided she needed a nap. I said, why didn't you wake me up? You defeated the whole purpose.
So she had stayed awake to talk to you the whole time. Let you get good and tired.
So now, if she's driving, I'm afraid to fall asleep.
I don't blame you. Bone Tire said, I have to drive everywhere. I only surrendered the wheel in New Orleans.
I understand that.
Look, I wouldn't drive in New Orleans with somebody else's arms on the wheel. I don't drive to New Orleans. Actually, we're going to have to in September. I told you my daughter got an appointment with a rheumatologist finally.
Yeah.
And it's on the other side of New Orleans, on the other side of Metairie. It's in Luling. I don't know where that is. I just know it's 80 miles from here.
Yeah.
So, like I said, I don't know where it's in between New Orleans and Baton Rouge.
Bone tired, you probably don't want to come to Houston.
Well, I learned how to drive in Jacksonville, Florida.
Yeah.
And, there's 1.5 million people there. And I used to be able to drive that place like nobody's business. But it's where I grew up, and it's what I knew. And I even knew what lane to get in and to stay in to keep from, to keep from getting stranded by the toll booth traffic,
Right.
And little stuff like that. And I can drive through Atlanta. Nope, Houston would have a problem.
That's good.
That's brilliant. But now I've driven through Atlanta dozens and dozens of times, but I didn't like it, but it wasn't terrible. Now I never got caught up on Sketty Junction either during that whole, no, that would have scared the daylight. Well, back then I wouldn't have had sense enough to be scared really, but I would have been irritated because, traffic starts in Atlanta at like 2:00 in the afternoon and it don't slow down till 8:00 at night.
You just jump in the stream and go with the flow. That's all you
That's
can
what
do.
you gotta do. Yeah. And figure out, I used to, when me and Wesley first met, we lived in St. Mary's, Georgia. And he lived at the base there at Kings Bay. And I lived in an apartment there. And so I took him to Jacksonville. We went to this restaurant that I really like down there. And he's trying to get there. And he was driving like Miss Daisy. He was driving like an old man. And I said, look, you can't drive like that here. I said, when you're in Jacksonville and we're in this traffic, if you want it, you got to take it. You can't mess around with these people. You turn your blinker on, you let them know you're coming, and you get the heck over. And you don't have to wait around to do it. Just go.
No. You can't turn your turn signals on here and show your hand. You
you got to be sneaky about it.
To jump in the hole and then turn your blinkers on halfway over.
Well, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, Sheena. And also, you had to be that way to survive in Florida.
Oh, yeah.
If you wanted to get from point A to point B during 5:00 traffic, you had to be aggressive.
Oh,
It's not.
You'll lose 6 car lengths in a mile.
That's the God's honest truth. Oh no, we're not flying because Granny don't fly. I flew to Las Vegas 8 years ago when my daughter got married, and I swore that would be the last time I ever get on an airplane. I don't like it. It freaks me out. I have to be drugged and alcoholed to get on an airplane.
That's part of the fun of going. No,
because I went to Las Vegas when the Ebola scare was happening. I walked through that airport. I went through that airport with a mask and gloves and baby wipes, wiping everything. I look like an idiot, and I drank about 16 Bloody Marys. No, that's an exaggeration. I think I had about 3 before I got on the airplane. And Wesley told me, he says, now listen, don't act like you act when you've been drinking tequila, because they'll put you off this airplane. They'll put us all off this airplane. I said, oh, fine, I'll keep my mouth shut. And I did. And on the trip back, my daughter gave me one of her Ativans to take because I had left my comfort medicine at home. And she says, here, Mom, take one of these. I said, all right. Well, I was sitting with my middle daughter, who was the bridesmaid at the wedding. And she kept asking, she goes, Mom, how much have you had to drink? And I'm like, nothing. It's 8:00. It was 8 in the morning. I'm like, I haven't had anything to drink. She goes, you're drunk. No, I'm not. And I kept, she says that I kept trying to take her French fries. Well, it was 8:00 in the morning. I don't know where she got French fries from at 8 in the morning, but she says I was hungry and I was trying to eat them. So that don't sound like anything I would do. And I didn't feel like I was tipsy at all, but apparently and then they tried to take my crochet hook away from me. The flight attendants did not want me to have a crochet hook.
You don't want to bring the plane down with a crochet hook.
I know, right? So, well, I don't know if you heard the metal one, right? Well, I've also got wooden ones, these pretty wooden ones right here.
Okay. And
so I pulled out my wooden ones instead, and she said I could have that. What's the difference? I could make a shank with this quicker than I could that.
One's a shank and one's a harpoon.
What? I mean, they're all rounded at the end for the most part. I mean, this big one here, it's, what is that? 10 millimeters. But you could, I mean, you know how long it would take me to file that down to a shank? This wood one here, that'd be quick work. You know?
Yeah, you could pull stuff out with that one.
Yeah. I could poke eyes out. I could, you know. I don't understand it. But I put it away and asked her if I could use my wooden one, and she said yes. And I showed it to her because, you know, it's kind of cutesy and all because it's got the blue sparklies in it. And she goes, yeah, that ought to be all right. And I'm thinking, you idiot. But I didn't say nothing. I said, thanks. And I went on crochet. But apparently, according to the FC, whatever, that's in charge of all that, I guess it's HSA now, you can't have metal crochet hooks. You can't have metal knitting needles. And, you know, a lot of people don't know the difference between crochet and knitting. So they think that whatever you've got in your hand's a knitting needle. And those are kind of dangerous. You can poke out a lot of stuff with that, too. So, I don't know.
So you're not, was the point you couldn't knit on the plane while you were flying, or you just couldn't have it in your luggage?
No. The point was I had a weapon of sorts.
Okay,
and so I needed to keep that in my out of sight.
Okay.
I guess because I put it back. I mean, it was on my carry-on, and they X-rayed it when I went through security. But
so this the people on the plane that made you put it away? Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was the people on the plane. The flight
So
attendant.
you made it through the pat down and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
And I even told them, look, I got a crochet hook in there. Got a couple of them because I crochet all the time. And they said, okay, you're good. And then, of course, the flight attendant told me I needed to put that away. I said, what? And Wesley's like, look, Wesley's on the other side of me. He goes, oh, my God. Well, I also knew.
She is right there.
I also, no, I wasn't back then. I didn't even know who she was back then. But I knew enough to know that if you cause a stink on an airplane, that the marshal will take you off and maybe take you out. So I decided to behave myself and negotiate. You know, at least try to negotiate. I won. I mean, I got what I wanted out of it, but still, I knew I shouldn't make a scene. But I know Poppy was thinking, oh, she's going to lose her shit. Because I don't like stupid rules. If it's a good rule, I'm good with it. But stupid ones make me really mad.
Rules have to make sense to me.
Mm-hmm. What you drinking?
I've just got a Coke tonight.
What'd you have for dinner? I forgot to ask you. I'm sorry.
I had, I made some ribs here a week or so ago. I had some left, and I skinned them all down off the bones and chopped it up and throwed some onions and barbecue sauce in it. We had excuse me. We had sandwiches.
That sounds really good.
Come out really nice.
I made.
And
Go
what
ahead.
I did is I chopped them up,
Mm-hmm.
and I took like a handful and froze in individual bags.
Oh yeah.
So I could use it in place of bacon when I do green beans or something like that. I had a handful I could throw in there.
Yeah. I love doing green beans that way.
Mm-hmm.
And putting some taters in there. Oh, yep. God, that's so good. Yep. In fact, hang on one second. My son, it was raining the other day, and the dog, he's such a puppy still. And he apparently, I don't know how he got a hold of these, but these are my rattlesnake beans. And as you will see, there's a hole chewed in it. and he was eating them. Well, my son come in here and caught him, and picked up all the rattlesnake beans on the floor and stuck them back in the bag and took him outside. And I said, hey, while you out there, take them ones that won't go in the bag and plant them in the backyard. I told him where to plant them.
Uh-huh.
And he stuck them in the ground, and now they're starting to come up. So I ought to have some rattlesnake beans here before too long.
Is it like a green bean or a pea or what is it?
Yeah, it's like a green bean. It's got well, let me show you. I don't know if I can get this. It's brown with little speckles, kind of like a pinto.
Okay.
But the pod that it comes in has speckles on it too. But when you cook them, they turn green. And then this is what's on the inside.
So you cook them fresh like a green bean. Then you don't dry them first or anything.
That's what I do. That's what I do, because I don't like just the bean. I like the whole thing, like fresh green beans. Now, if it was zipper peas or pinto bean, I love those. I love those kinds of things, and I love black beans and kidney beans and that. But when it comes out of a green bean, something that's supposed to be. Yeah, I like to fresh saute them too. I like to do that in butter. Oh gosh, that's good. But we had tonight, I made, believe this or not, chicken wings are really expensive.
Yeah, ain't that crazy?
Ridiculous. So I bought 2 packs of chicken legs, and I made them like chicken wings.
That's what I do.
And they were absolutely delicious. And there was enough on the leg that I didn't feel like I'd been cheated, because who wants to eat just 2 or 3 chicken wings?
I am not going to pay $2.89 a pound for wings when I can buy legs and thighs for 99 cents.
Yeah. Or you can get, actually, we got a store here called Frugal's, and I don't know if it's affiliated with any other major grocery store, but it's kind of a cost plus place. And I can get leg quarters, 10-pound bag, for like $6 and some change. Well, shoot, cut off the thighs, put them away to do something with, and then take them legs and turn them into, quote, chicken wings,
Yeah, I do that all the time. In fact,
but they were really good.
HEB had chicken legs and thighs on sale last weekend for 99 cents a pound.
Did they?
I bought up 2 family packs of legs and 2 family packs of thighs. And
that's great.
I vacuum sealed 2 thighs and 2 legs together into individual portions and froze them. That's good enough for a meal. But sometimes Vicky eat 2 pieces. Sometimes she'll eat 1.
Yeah, that's me too. Tonight I ate 2, which is unusual. But I was really hungry. Poppy brought me breakfast this morning.
What'd he do?
Nothing. He just brought me breakfast. I was in bed and he brought me coffee and breakfast. I thought that was so nice.
Okay.
He didn't do anything, honest. Actually, I kind of like him a little better since he was gone for 2 whole weeks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I was getting sick of him.
How's he acting after 2 weeks?
Oh, he acts like he never had a meal in his whole life.
And bringing you breakfast in bed.
I know, right? But he did. He brought me breakfast in bed, and it was bacon, egg, and cheese and sandwich with some grits. That man can make some grits. Let me tell you.
This.
He did. And he even made the biscuits. So they weren't Pillsbury. They were.
Wow.
No, he didn't make them from scratch. I buy the Walmart brand of frozen biscuits.
Yeah.
Grumpus, you ought to try them if you haven't, because they're pretty darn good. I think Mrs. B. Let me look.
Yeah, we don't do a lot of biscuits around here.
You
Vicky's
don't?
she's a bread eater, but I'm not much of a bread eater.
Well,
It's
my,
pretty rare for us to have sandwiches.
my old mother-in-law, God rest her soul, she turned me on to Mrs. B's frozen biscuits in a bag. She says, Charlotte, don't even bother trying to make these things. It's too much of a pain in the butt, blah, blah, blah. Now, mind you, she made biscuits every single day of her life from the time she was a teenager till she was probably 50. But anyhow, that being said, she told me she had found these and they're just as good as homemade. And I said, you got to be kidding me. She said, no, I'm serious. So I went and bought some and I learned how to cook them and they were delicious. They remind me of, do you remember Hardee's biscuits? You ever had one of them?
No.
Well, they were pretty good too. I don't know if they still make them for breakfast, but back in the day, they were excellent biscuits. And they reminded me of my stepmother's biscuits, which are the best biscuits I've ever eaten in my whole life.
Uh-huh.
But I started buying the Walmart brand ones because they were cheaper and they're just as good. Honestly, I like them a lot. Be right back. Got to check cameras. Okay. So she doesn't miss it. And it's a lot. Right. Yeah. She don't miss it. But anyhow, I've been using these Walmart ones and they're great. You cook, all you do is I butter the bottom of a cast iron skillet, throw them in there so they're touching each other, put them on 450 for probably 15 to 20 minutes. And they're delicious. And you put them in frozen. You don't have to defrost them or nothing.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, you put them in rock solid frozen and they cook like that. And they're delicious. They get that tall.
Oh, wow.
Seriously, that tall. So I like them a lot. Anybody who tried them, you should.
Vicky likes biscuits and the crescent rolls and bagels and all that stuff. And I usually pass on all of it.
Good night, Bone Tired. I hope to see you again next time, okay?
Yep, we'll see you.
Thank you for coming in tonight.
Funny thing is, I like to bake bread, but I might have one slice out of it and I'm done. I don't like to eat it nearly as much as I like to make it. I think it's fun making bread.
I like to make bread. In fact, I was trying to teach Violet how to make bread not long ago. It was in the fall. And so we mixed it all together and we made it completely from scratch. We didn't have no bread machine or nothing. And I didn't have no mixer. We mixed it with our hands. And so I put it out on the thing and I started kneading it. And then I told her how to do it. And we're taking turns kneading the bread. And I said, well, it's done. And I made it into little rounds, to let it rise.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sitting there. I said, see, this is the texture you need when it's ready, to rise. This is how you know it's done. This is what it feels like. And she poked it like this. She says, feels like boobs.
Maybe that's why I like it.
I said, well, all righty then.
I never heard that.
I thought that was the funniest thing I'd ever heard. But she wasn't wrong.
No, not
she wasn't wrong. So now that's how she makes bread. She waits till it feels like a boob and then she lets it rise and I thought it was pretty funny.
Now I use my dishwasher for my proof box. I'll take the dishwasher empty and just run a rinse cycle.
Yeah.
So it's good, hot and steamy.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll put my loaf on a cookie sheet and put it over, and it just sits on the tines in there. And I just close the door for, whatever time it needs.
45 minutes, whatever.
And it stays hot and steamy in there, and it'll rise twice as fast.
Oh, wow.
If you leave it on a counter.
I have a proof button on my oven. But I don't get the steamy. Yeah, your daughter-in-law what?
my daughter-in-law came over one night. She came over for dinner, and I was doing my thing in the kitchen and everything. She says, "Is there anything I can do to help?" I said, "Yeah, take that loaf of bread out of the dishwasher." she, she says, "What?" I said, "No, I'm not kidding. Take that cookie sheet out of the dishwasher." She pulled it out. She couldn't believe it. She said, "I have never seen anything like that." And I said, "Well, most people probably haven't."
Well, it's genius, though, really, when you think about it.
Well, I worked in a bakery.
And that's what I like about you, Grumpus. I have a lot of respect for ingenuity.
I worked in a bakery. I knew what a proof box was. It was just a hot, humid box, which is what a dishwasher is when it's done.
Right. Exactly. Now, see, I've got the proof button on my stove, but it's not humid in there.
Yeah.
It's just warm is all it is. And it's probably dry warm. And that's why I have to put the damp towel over,
Well, you don't have to cover this.
Well, I'm going to try that the next time around.
Yeah, try it. You'll be surprised.
Yeah, I bet it rises so good.
It does. It doesn't have that hard skin on the top or anything like that. It stays nice and moist.
Right.
I'll do that on the final rise.
Wow. See, now I do love to make bread. It's labor. It's a labor of love.
It really
honestly.
is.
And here's the thing: if I make a loaf of bread, I promise you, I can eat the whole thing for dinner.
Well, Vicky's like that.
Because I could make a meal out. The Bible says man cannot live on bread alone. Well, I bet you I could. I bet you I could.
Give her a tub of butter and a hot loaf of bread. Yeah.
Exactly. That's all I need. And some honey.
She'd bite your hand off if you reach across the table.
And that's why I got them arms. Them big old arms. Actually, they're not as big as a camera makes them look. I hear the camera puts 10 pounds on you. So.
Yeah, that's what it is.
But they're bigger than I want them to be. But most of it's from slinging kids for 30 years.
Yep.
Poppy says I got bigger guns than he does. Look at that. But, and I don't even work out. I should need to. Sheena, why were you hearing so people? Oh, they're partying for the 4th early. Is that what you mean?
Probably so. They've been blasting stuff all weekend here.
I'm not looking forward to it. They haven't done. Well, we did have fireworks last night at the beach. And it was nice, but here it's not illegal to buy your own and do fireworks at the beach, your own fireworks. You're not supposed to be able to do it in town. You have to go to the beach and do it.
Okay.
But nobody follows that rule. And these fools that live back here, let me tell you what, they live in a house that looks like it's falling apart. But they'll go spend at least, I'm serious, $1,000 or more on fireworks.
I don't doubt it.
And I'm like, why don't you paint your house? That's what I would do. I would take that $1,000 and I would buy some paint. And I would paint my house and make it look cute. But no.
Well, they do that around here. Vicky says, well, to get some fireworks for the grandkids. I said, just come over. The whole neighborhood's lit up. I don't need to.
Right.
I don't need to spend a dime. In fact, every once in a while we hear a big boom. I said, well, there went $10 right there.
Yeah, and that's what me and Wesley do. We'll sit on the back porch and watch them and go, good Lord, that was $30 in there, just up in smoke.
I told Vicky I might as well take $100 bill and just light it on fire and throw it in the street, because that's what they're doing.
Well, I had to ban fireworks from my kids. This was probably, Murphy might have been 6 or 7, maybe 8. I forget exactly how old he was. But we lived in our other neighborhood, and every year we would go out with the neighbors and we would do fireworks with our neighbors that lived at the end of the street. They were at the beginning of the street. We were at the very end on the cul-de-sac. Well, and I don't know why Poppy wasn't thinking. I don't know what was going on, but I went in the house to look for something. And in the meantime, Poppy lets Murphy light off fireworks and aim them at the neighbor's house.
What do you have, bottle rockets?
Something like that. I don't know what it was, to be honest.
It can't be a good bottle rocket.
Well, it almost popped the neighbor and caught him on fire. And I'm like, no. We need to go down the road. Somebody, and I got mad at Wesley because he wasn't watching the boy and, making sure he was doing it right, blah, blah, blah. So I go down there to supervise. Well, then Murphy decides Violet shot off something at him and it almost exploded in his face. And he's screaming like this.
It must have been bottle rockets.
And I'm like, nope, that's it. We're done. No more. Everybody in the house, we're done. And we have not bought fireworks since because I ain't having it. They want to do it when they're grown, that's fine, but they ain't gonna do it around me. It gives me the most anxiety in the world. I hate it. Because I'm scared to death they're gonna put an eye out or blow a finger off or whatever. How are they ever going to leave home if they don't have enough fingers? I got to protect these children so they can get the hell out of here. When I was growing up, my brothers and I would have now me and my brothers used to do that too, Sheena.
Yeah, Roman candles.
Yeah, that was so much fun. But my kids are bozos and I can't let them get injured because yeah. My shirt looked like 500 moths faded from the sun. Those were the days, wasn't it? Good. Did I tell you that my brother texted me and told me that he would get my son a hunting rifle or a shotgun of his choice if he finished his Eagle Scout?
You may have, but it kind of sounds familiar, but I don't remember the
You
details.
what, I thought that was the nicest thing. I really did. And Murphy, he's pretty determined to get it anyway, but he don't even hardly know Murphy. I think they've met each other 3 or 4 times, and that's it.
Well,
I just thought that was someone.
Never too late to be a good uncle.
Well, and that's true too. That's true. And me and my brother and I have not been super close since we were little kids. Once he got married, he moved away, and we just really never had a lot in common after that. So, but I just really thought it was nice.
So, is there any place to hunt where you're at? I mean, can Wesley and your son go hunting someplace?
Yes. They'd have to drive a couple hours, but yes.
Oh, yeah, that's good. I mean, most people do, yeah.
Yeah, but my uncle lives across the street from my dad, and they hunt off of his back porch. I'm serious. They got their guns set up back there. It's like they've got a hunting blind on the back porch.
I like it.
It's great. And then my brother, he lives around the corner from them, and it's a couple of miles down the street, but he's got like 400 and something acres of nothing but woods, and he hunts on his property all the time. So there's plenty of places they can hunt.
Did you ever watch Swamp People?
Actually, you know what's funny? Yes, I used to watch them, and also my very distant cousin is direct cousins with those folks.
Do you remember the 2 old guys the brothers that lived together?
Yep.
There was one episode just cracked me up. They're both sitting on the back porch doing nothing. And one looked at the other and said, "You want to go squirrel hunting?" And
Yeah.
The other one said, "Sure." So they got up, got their guns, and sat in the same chair again with their guns next to them. And I just thought that was hilarious.
I'll have to take a picture of that. You won't believe it when you see it. It's really kind of cool what they've done up there on that, because it's a 2-story house.
Yeah.
And the second story is where they hunt from.
Oh, yeah, of course. Perfect.
Yeah, it is. It's perfect. And they right down the field, because they've got I don't even know how many acres it is, but they plant corn probably 200 yards away from the house, maybe 100 yards.
Just for the deer.
Just for the deer.
Yeah, yeah. Yep.
It's the craziest thing.
Feed them all summer, then blast them in the fall.
Yeah. Well, then they set corn out for them,
Yeah.
all winter long. So those deer know exactly where to go every evening to get fed and get fat.
Yeah, where I used to go hunting, they would plant alfalfa, a big ring of alfalfa, and had corn dropping in the middle of it on automatic feeders. And
Isn't that cool?
heaven help them poor deer opening day.
When I go to my dad's at Thanksgiving, that's all you can hear. Boom, boom, way off in the distance. Boom.
Yeah, because that's opening day here. I think is either Thanksgiving or day after Thanksgiving. I can't remember. It might be the day after Thanksgiving. But you're in a different state, so yours may be different.
Well, and I think in Georgia you can hunt whenever you want to, as long as you're on your own property.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Now there's hog hunting's a big deal around here, which is
I wouldn't go hog hunting.
Which don't have a season at all. They want you to blast as many of those as you can.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of the ranchers and farmers around here, they capitalize on that pretty good, letting people come on their property to get rid of the hogs, which are a pest to them. Right.
I would never go hog hunting.
I think it'd be fun. I haven't been, but I think it'd be fun.
No. Those are mean suckers. They're like the spawn of Satan.
Well,
and
they deserve a bullet then.
They surely do, but they don't deserve mine. I can't run fast enough to get away from them.
I don't need a big old hog. I want one of them little babies I can put.
Little baby ones, yeah. Who should start with a 22, Sheena? Me? Look, I can wield a 22 now. That's a gun I can control. In fact, I got one in my bedroom. I call him Prince Charming. He's my protection. We have them here mostly trapped.
Yeah, you can get a lot more at a time with a trap.
Yeah. I haven't seen any hogs at Dad's house at his property, but I'm sure they're somewhere. Then again, my dad's property is kind of cleared, mostly cleared.
Yeah, I'd like to get me like a 20, 30 pound or something like that. I can do a whole hog on the pit.
Oh yeah. Oh heck yeah.
Something manageable. They'd probably be pretty tender that small too.
I bet they would. I bet. Yeah.
Most people say when you do a whole hog, that's just pulled pork with a head.
Pretty much.
Plus it all gets pulled together.
No, Sheena, I can't handle a 44. I don't have the strength for it. My daughter has a 380 that I've shot before, and I like that. It's a Sig Sauer 380.
Yeah, I've got a 380.
It's a pretty one, and it works well. I could handle that one, but my little 22, and it's not a short. It's a rifle. It's a rifle 22, semi-automatic. I got a banana clip in it. It's wonderful. I take it to Dad's house every time I go so I can target practice. But you know what? I'm more accurate with that than I am anything else. And I don't know why, but I am. And I think it's because it's not too heavy and it doesn't have any kick, and it's manageable.
And I think those small bullets have a better accuracy anyway.
You think so?
Well, they don't seem to tumble as much. They pretty much stay on course.
Right. Yeah. I can't tell you how many holes I put in the refrigerator. When I was a kid, I don't even know where I got this gun, but I would always go off with the neighbor and I'd have this 22 with me. Maybe it was his gun. I don't know. But anyhow, that's what we would do. We'd go out in the woods and shoot at this old refrigerator somebody had dumped. And we'd put things on top of it, and do target practice and that kind of stuff. It was a lot of fun. Imagine that, though. Imagine being a 14-year-old girl traipsing through the woods with a gun in today's age. It just wouldn't happen. Ever. It wouldn't happen.
No.
Maybe if they lived in Tennessee or Wyoming or somewhere like
Unless
that.
your name's Hannah Barron.
Right. Is that little Target, the
little noodling girl?
Yeah,
Oh,
okay. Yeah.
Yeah, she's awesome.
She sure is. We used to practice at a freezer door. Isn't that funny? 4570. Wow. What does that mean?
I'll be right back. I need to check the AC.
Okay.
It's getting hot in here.
Getting hot in here.
Somebody may have adjusted stuff. I need to go check.
Okay, well, I'll see
be
you
right back.
The best time was shooting skeet with my dad I've never done that, Sheena. Hey, seventh son, how are you, Steve-O? It's so good to see you. I haven't seen you in a long time. I was going to say, Sheena, that Poppy had never shot skeet either. It's an elephant. Oh, okay. Good grief. Are you serious? You used to have one of them? Anyhow, I got distracted again, didn't I? Poppy had never shot skeet before until he went out of town a couple of weeks ago. And he went and spent some time on Father's Day with one of his friends from high school. And they hadn't seen each other in years. And so they were bored that afternoon, and his friend said, hey, let's go shoot some skeet. And Poppy told him, well, Andy, I've never done that before. He says, it'll be fun. It'll be great. Let's go just try it. So apparently Andy goes all the time. And do you know Wesley did really good? His friend was absolutely shocked and accused him of lying about not ever going and shooting skeet. But that don't surprise me, though, because when he was in the military, he used to get ribbons all the time for being a good shot. He had a giant collection. The siblings kept them all. I inherited. Oh, I'm so sorry, Sheena. That's terrible. My dad's a huge collector of guns, but I don't think he has one of them elephant guns. But he's got a gun cabinet full. I can assure you of that. It's I hope he leaves me one of them. I mean, I want one, just one. My brothers can have the rest. I might have to do that because, we're going to Florida on somewhere around the 8th. And maybe we could go do that on our extra day. That would be, what do you think of that, Grumpus?
What's that? I missed it.
Well, she was saying that she used to go skeet shooting with her father.
Oh, wow.
And I was telling her story about when Wesley was on vacation. When he was in Florida, he spent some time with his friend that he had in high school because it's real close to where he used to live. And excuse me, he called his friend, said, hey, I'm in town. Let's go do something. And he's like, cool, let's go shoot skeet. And Wesley told him he'd never done it before, and come to find out, Wesley did a really good job, and his friend basically accused him, didn't believe that he'd never done it before.
Thought he was a sleeper.
Yeah, well, but again, I was saying that it didn't really surprise me because when he was in the military, he always used to get ribbons for being a good shot. I don't know what they were doing, but that was a thing that they did, like competitions and stuff. Mm-hmm. And when he worked for the police department here, they were having, what do you call it? When cops have to go to they have to basically get tested on their aim and all that stuff, and they shoot whatever. I forget what they call it.
Recertification?
Yeah, with their guns. And so it was behind the shop that Wesley worked at. That was their shooting range. And so Wesley went out there and he was talking to the chief and asked the chief if he could take a shot at it. And Wesley outshot every cop out there.
I don't doubt
And
that.
I don't doubt it either, because I know Wesley's pretty good at that. And they at one point Wesley thought he was going to be a reserve police officer, and I told him over my dead body, "You're not doing that. I will not be married to a cop, period. I will not. I don't care if it's volunteer or not. Tell Daddy to give you one." You know what? I just might do that. I can't tell Daddy to do nothing, Steve-O. He will do what he wants to do, and that's the end of that story. But I can ask. There's a difference. Oh, your dad was a cop. Okay. I did not know that, Sheena. Yeah, your siblings were greedy. That makes me sick. That just makes me sick that you couldn't just get one. Your mom made him retire. I would have too. But I just have a thing about cops. I don't. My son-in-law is a police officer. My niece's husband is a police officer, and my cousin is a police officer. But other than those three folks, I don't have a lot to do with cops. As far as I'm concerned, they're always around when you don't need them and never around when you do.
Pretty much.
So I want nothing to do with them. But that's okay. I mean, each to their own. We got to have them, I
You gotta
suppose.
have 'em, but usually when they have my name, it's nothing good for me.
Right. Well, that's my fear. Even though I don't think I've ever broken the law in my whole life.
I have never been pulled over and given a safe driving award.
I know, right? Oh yeah, and that'll happen too, Sheena. That'll happen. And and when they do get old and the kids start selling them, you start collecting them back.
Oh, selling the guns out there, been selling.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. That's funny. That is so funny. Those were some good times, though. I think growing up when I grew up, or before, was pretty good times. These poor kids today, they don't have a clue. They really just don't know. I never got a ticket or anything ever. Drove since I was. Is that right?
Kids today don't know how to tolerate themselves.
I know. It's so sad to me. It really is.
It's a great time to grow up and everything, but when we were kids, summertime we'd go outside and play.
That's all we ever did.
That was it. They didn't say how to play, what to play with. You had
you
to
had
come
to
up with
figure
your
it
own
out.
entertainment and your own imagination and figure
Yep.
stuff out. There
And
are
then
so
there was
many
bigger
options
kids.
now that
Yeah.
kids don't know what to do on their own.
Mm-hmm.
They have to have some sort of stimulation from somebody all the time.
Right. And it's unfortunate.
It is.
Now, I will say that my daughter, the one that lives here, she is. It sounds like she might be cussing somebody out on the phone right now. That's what shut me up. I'm like, the devil? Hang on one second. I said, Violet, I can hear you. And she said, I'm sorry. Because she was saying some ugly words. And I said, who are you mad at? She goes, nobody. I was just telling a story. I said, good Lord, she's her mother made over. Your daughter will be 18 in 2 weeks. That is a wonderful day. Almost done, and I'm so glad. You ain't done. Who told you you were almost done? Is that your oldest youngin, Sheena? You are not done. Sheena, it ain't over till they throw dirt on the box they stick you in. Okay? That's when it's over. That's when you're done.
Did I freeze up?
I think for a minute, but I can hear you now.
Should I pop out and come back in? Looks like I'm freezing up on the stream.
If you want, I'll be here.
Let me do that.
Okay. You know, no, your oldest is 20. Now you see, so you know what I'm saying is the truth, right? Right? Let's just accept it. Let's just accept it. God dang it. Okay, you're done. All right. Well, you know, my youngest is going to be 16 in December, and Violet will be 19 in August, and she still lives at home. And today, in fact, this is a story, y'all. So Violet is not used to driving in thunderstorms, right? If she does have to drive in the rain, it's usually to her job and back, which is about 2 miles down the street. So she's not used to having to keep her pool in traffic and all of that stuff. Hang on one second. I'm going to pull Grumpus right back up here.
Is that any better?
So anyhow, today her friends got together and went to the Hard Rock Cafe, the Hard Rock Casino, because they have a pool there and you can pay admission to spend the day at the pool. And that's what they do, that for funsies on the weekends sometimes. So I'm tired too, Sheena. I do understand what you're saying. I really do. Spent my whole life raising kids. Yep. I get it. I've been a parent since I was 20, and I'll be 59 this year. So I get it. However, so they're at the Hard Rock Casino, and they're swimming, having a great time. I got to buy her a car so she can drive away. We gave ours a car, and she's still here. So she and her friends are there. They're having a big time at the Hard Rock Casino. They're swimming, and some of the ones that are 21 and above, there's 2 of them. They were having a little bit of drinks, and Violet, she was drinking her whatever she was drinking. I don't know, probably half of their stuff. No, she wasn't. She promised them that
they might have shared.
Well, she promised them that she would be their designated driver. And that's one of the reasons she wanted to go, was so that they didn't, So storm come up. Bad one. We had a bad storm today. I mean, lightning popping everywhere, thunder. It was hurricaning outside, truly. I mean, not a real hurricane, but it sounded like it was hurricaning. And so I heard the storm outside, and I said, Wesley, find out where Violet is, because we have her on the GPS tracker, right? And he said, well, she's still at the casino. I said, all right. About 10 minutes later, I said, check again and see if she's still at the casino, because I knew if it was bad here, it was going to be bad in Biloxi too. So he says, no, she's driving 14 miles an hour down Highway 90. I said, all right. I said, give her a call and see if she's okay. She's petrified of thunderstorms. And the reason she's scared of thunderstorms is because when she was in the 4th grade, there was a thunderstorm brewing, and it was a bad one. And her bus driver dropped her off at the end of the street. And I met her about halfway down the street in the thunderstorm, and I screamed at her to drop her bag and run to the house. So she dropped her bag and she ran. I went and scooped her bag up and I started trotting back to the house. I didn't care if I got wet. And lightning struck a tree in the house next door, right where I was standing in the middle of the road. And all she saw was a flash of white and thought her mama was dead. I could see white too. That's all I could see. And I could hear her screaming my name. I mean, just mama, like it was really sad, really sad. But ever since then, she don't do no storms because she thought I was dead, truly. And she hates them. So I knew she would be upset driving home in that storm. And so her daddy called her and she was okay, but she had just left the casino. And he told her, he said, look, if you get too anxious or if it gets too bad, pull over in a parking lot somewhere and just sit there till it's over with. You do not have to be home at any certain time. Call us when you get parked so we know where you are, blah, blah, blah. She said, okay. So I'm watching and watching and watching, and I noticed that she had pulled over and stopped on the GPS. I didn't hear nothing from her. So I called her. She is in the middle of the ultimate panic attack, can't hardly speak, breathing like nose is bleeding. I don't know why. She's crying so hard that I can barely understand the words coming out of her mouth. So I'm sitting there trying to talk very calmly to her. Violet, you are not hurt. You are safe. You are in your car. Take a deep breath and blow it out very slowly. She goes, I said, no, that's not slow. I said, blow real easy like you're trying to keep from blowing a candle out. And she took a breath. She started talking, and I started talking to her, and we're starting to have a conversation. So I could tell she was getting a little better. And then she starts telling me about how stupid those drunk friends of hers were because they did this and they did that and blah, blah, blah. And then she got aggravated, right? So I could tell the panic attack was going away.
Yeah, got her mind off the storm.
Yeah. And so I just listened to her. And so anyhow, she made it. She got home safely, and she went in her room and took a nap for 3 hours. So, but that's the first time she's ever had to drive in a thunderstorm like that. And she was terrified. And I looked at Wesley when she got home. I said, she ain't never leaving, is she? She's never leaving. She can't even drive in a thunderstorm. How the hell are we going to get rid of her? He says, I don't know, honey. I don't know.
Well, couldn't she have just stayed at the hotel for a little bit longer?
You would think that she would have, but no, she didn't want to do that. I would have stayed at the hotel in the parking garage, away from all the BS, but no, not her. However, I bet you that the next time there's a thunderstorm and she's out, she'll probably think about staying right the heck where she is.
Yeah.
Live and learn, right? Okay, so wait a minute. Shay doesn't want to drive. I think she likes living at home. She probably does, because Violet likes living at home too. That's because we cook for her. We clean for her. We pay all of her bills for her. I even paid for driving school. Nope. She's in no hurry to get her license. That's interesting. At her age, you would think that she would want to.
I know a lot of kids now that parents are saying they're not interested in getting their license or a car. Or anything. I mean, when I was 16, I'd have sold my grandma to get a car.
Me too.
You know what I mean? I couldn't get my license to get the hell out of Dodge fast enough.
Yeah. Actually, my oldest daughter was the same way. She could not wait to get her license because that gave her a little bit of freedom,
That meant freedom, yeah.
Yeah. Well, then the second daughter, there was a reason she didn't want to drive. She had a friend who was run over by a log truck and killed when she was 16. And she was about to get her license, and she said she didn't want to get it. So she waited till she was almost 18 to get her license. And finally, once she was able to get a job, she finally decided that she needed to get a driver's license. But it took her a while to recover from that trauma. That really hurt her. Yeah. What can I do for you?
Nothing.
Why are you in my kitchen?
Because I live here.
No, you don't live in my kitchen after 9:30. Go. Go.
You don't get a lava cake then.
I don't. Oh, give me that lava cake,
Can I be in the
please.
kitchen?
Yes, you can be in my kitchen as long as you have lava cake. You look so pretty this evening. I'm so proud of that girl. Well, that's okay. You still feel like ass?
The sun takes it out of me.
You think? She said the sun takes it out of me.
I did not say.
Yes, you did. My oldest was in a hurry to get her life. Yeah. She said if she gets a car, she's got to get a job, then the bills never stop. Well, she's not wrong about that.
That's a circle of life right there.
I mean, Violet has to pay for her insurance and she has to pay for her cell phone. And that totals about $85 a month.
Plus phone.
Plus she pays for half of her college too. So, and that's her college is $60 a week. That's what I charge her. And I keep it in a savings account for her. So, this semester she gets to pay for all of it by herself. Of course, she gets a little bit of financial aid. Look at this. I get a fancy plate and everything.
Wow.
Look.
Did you bring enough for the group?
Did you bring enough for everybody?
No.
You and Dad? Oh, okay. So, but no, I'm proud of her. I mean, she's just finished her first year of college. If you keep making noise, I'm gonna bust you in the nose. That's what I'm gonna
I
do.
gave you a lava cake.
You better be quiet now.
Has
Quit
it
it,
been a
Bobby.
whole year already in college?
Yeah. Well,
Wow.
she started in August and she finished in May, her first year.
Wow, that's we've been doing this a long time, haven't we?
Yes, we have. Yes, because remember, my gosh, it's been like a minute ago. She was still in the band.
Oh yeah. We're watching them all grow up
Mhm.
on live streams.
Oh, Sheena, you're correct. It is Domino's. It certainly is. And it's cold. But it's good.
That's the thing. Sir.
Look here, Miss Fine Dining. Let me tell you what Miss Thing has done. How much money did you make this week?
$1,200.
Did I hear
Chrissy
that right?
Pants here. You did. She works less than 20 hours a week in a fine dining restaurant and made $1,200 this week.
Most of it's on credit. But
And most of it was tips.
I think
My
400
goodness.
Credit.
Can you believe that?
I'd have to wear a G-string to make that kind of money.
She's kind of waffling between that and environmental stuff. So we don't really know yet. But I told her that by the end of her sophomore year, she needs to know what the heck she's going to do. And another thing, if she has autoimmune problems, let me tell Sheena about. We finally got her an appointment to a rheumatologist. It's in September. I don't know if we'll get a diagnosis or not, but she's being treated like she has an autoimmune joint problems. So that's the case. She needs a job where she can get good insurance. And I had a talk with her about that earlier it's been about a week or so ago. And I told her, I said, look, I don't care what job you get when you grow up or when you finish college, but you need to get a degree that's going to pay you some money. and also have good insurance.
A useful
Whatever job
degree,
you
yeah.
get, I said it has to be useful. You can't just major in biology. You can't do nothing with that. And of course she wants to get her master's degree too. But I told her, I said, you're going to get tired eventually of going to school. You might not want that master's degree once you finish, your bachelor's degree. So, that's what I told her, Sheena, that I said, all those medications that you need if you have an autoimmune disease are very, very expensive. I'm talking $5,000 to $7,000 a month. It's insane. And if you don't have good insurance, you're going to go broke, or you won't treat yourself for it. You'll have to choose between being in pain and taking the medication. But they've already got her on Mobic, which is a heavy-duty anti-inflammatory. And they took her from 7.5 milligrams up to, I think, 15 milligrams, which is the highest dose you can get. Yeah. Well, and I've been trying to talk to her about her diet, because she loves to eat macaroni and cheese and pasta and all the dairy and all that stuff. And I told her, I said, you've got to start eating a more anti-inflammatory type diet. You have to. But she's young and
She's still bulletproof.
Right. And she's just going to have to live and learn. Like the rest of us did.
We all had to take the hard way. You're off everything, but it's only because you cut the carbs. That's what I keep telling her. Cut out the carbs, cut out the dairy. And see, she's lactose intolerant, and she eats the dairy anyway. And she keeps herself sick because she wants a milkshake or she wants mac and cheese, and it tears her stomach up, and it's a mess. That's what I think too, Sheena. Once she hurts bad enough, she'll decide she needs to change something. But actually, the cortisone shot they gave her, what's it been, 2 or 3 weeks ago? It's really helped a lot, a whole lot. Oh yeah, who doesn't love food? Yeah. Grumpus, I'm still struggling with what to do with my channel. Well, what do you think you want to do?
Whatever I want. I mean, I don't want it to be about any one particular thing. And I know, remember I told you the other day that I need to make some money?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if I want to make money, I can't do just what I want to do. So I'm thinking about this. Yeah, I know it will. But right now, it's what's keeping her happy and pain-free. And we'll get there. It's just going to take a little bit of time, but we'll get there. Anyhow.
Well, Charlotte, your channel name doesn't really steer in any one direction.
No, it doesn't.
So
I just don't know how to bring it all together. I don't know how to bring it all together.
I watched the guy here a few years back.
Mm-hmm.
His philosophy was because he'd get burnt out too,
Mm-hmm.
or on close to it.
Yeah.
And he said for every 4 videos, he does 3 what he thinks is what his viewers want, and he does 1 for himself. And that felt like that gave him the latitude of doing something. Because cooking, a lot of cooking stuff, you get into certain cooking styles. It doesn't matter what you're cooking; it's the same process.
Right.
And you can only do so many twists on so many different dishes.
Mm-hmm.
But there'd be things he'd want to do that wasn't necessarily what people would think his channel was about. But he finally said, screw that. I have to do something to keep me interested.
Well, I went through my channel the other day, looking at all of the videos I've done and all of the views that I've gotten. And the videos that get the most views are ones about kind of like life hacks in the kitchen.
Yeah, yeah.
Like how I made spaghetti sauce out of canned tomatoes.
Mm-hmm.
And different ways to save money in the kitchen. Those get a lot of views.
And my
Some of my
DIY stuff gets more views than the cooking stuff.
Yeah. And I get a lot of views on my certain gardening videos, certain ones. Like I did a kiddie pool garden and grew watermelons in it. And instead of just filling the bed with dirt, I put a nursery pot full of rocks in the center. So that way, when the plants got really big, I could just dump the water hose over there and the water would filter through the rocks and go into the bed.
Right. It watered it from the bottom up.
Yeah, people love that crap.
Yeah,
they loved it.
That's a good tip.
So just life hacks in general. Enjoy watching crafting live streams. Yeah, the crafting. Well, see, here's what I thought about doing. And I know that my normal YouTube viewers on this channel don't give a crap about my crocheting. They really don't. I mean, most of them are men, such as yourself, Grumpus. And most of them are older. I don't have very many teenage views or early 20s. And it's mostly 40s and up, which is fine by me. But they don't, a lot of them don't care much about the crocheting. So I'm thinking about making a crochet channel. Just about.
Is that something you would want to do live, maybe?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll do it live. I'll do it.
Well, I mean, why make a whole nother channel? Why not just make that I don't know, a spin-off of your existing channel? Well, all right, like when I'm doing the live streams, Grumpus After Dark, but it's still Grumpus on Fire channel. Right. I gotcha. And that way, you know, as time goes along, and I've got a few videos that I can do in a playlist, there'll be a section of Grumpus After Darks. Okay. Once I get so many DIY things set up, non-cooking type things, I'll have another playlist, you know, some non-cooking things. But it will still be under the Grumpus on Fire umbrella, so I won't lose viewers. I'll still be in algorithm. You know, you all of those watch hours and all that stuff combined keeps your channel. Yeah. I mean, you could have like a
crafting corner with Granny.
You know, Granny spins a yarn or something like that, or just spinning a yarn with Granny, or just some kind of talking, and you could have your crocheting while you talk. You know, just like we're doing tonight, except eating lava cake, you'd be knitting something. But you know, you could do something like that without abandoning your channel, or you won't be diluting your channel by splitting up viewers. You keep them all under that same umbrella, and just diversify. And I mean, that's what I would do. You could have sections on your gardening, you know, Granny cooks, Granny gardens, or something like that. But keep it all under Gulf Coast Granny, and you drag in the crochet people, you drag in the gardening people, you drag in the cooking people. But all that falls in that one umbrella to keep your watch hours up, keep you monetized. And you can cash in on all of it across the board. You just have to decide what you want to do, what week.
Well, and here's another thing I was thinking is I could also do my crochet stuff during the day.
Yeah, you could do that.
You know, a 10 o'clock in the morning live stream.
I guess my advice is don't make another channel. Just enhance what you have.
Okay.
Don't lose your watch hours and have to start all over with a whole nother one.
Viewers that I have, because honestly, I really like everybody that comes here to this channel. Um,
Well, you wouldn't blackball me, would you?
what? No, no grumpus allowed on the crochet
I mean,
channel.
we can still swap lives while you're knitting.
Of course, of course. It's crochet, not knit.
Crochet. I'm sorry, it's French.
Well, two totally different. Sunday nights, Granny spins a yarn. I can gossip and spin yarn. I mean, crochet at the same
That's
time.
what I said.
Yeah, I like it. Seventh Son. That's pretty much genius right there. I like it. I got to write that down. Hang on. And my Friday and Saturday nights, whatever I decide to do. Do you think we should commit to one day or the other, or should we just do it?
Guessing.
Keep winging it.
I mean, I don't know.
I don't know either.
I know if trying to. I don't know how you feel about it, but you've heard me say 1,000 times. I have a job. I don't need another one.
Right.
So
right.
I would like to have a loose
That's
schedule.
how I feel.
A loose schedule to where Saturday nights, late at night, after all the other live streams have gone to bed. If I wanted to fire up and do a spontaneous thing, or people kind of expect probably Saturday night or something, I wouldn't mind doing that. But I don't want to have to worry about, can I go on vacation or not because I have to do a live stream or that kind of stuff. But
see, for the past year, I haven't been worried about any of that.
Well, I haven't either.
When I show up, I get the views I get, and because I have other responsibilities.
Well,
and
every week of your hiatus, I was thinking, I wonder if Granny's going to go live tonight. I wonder if she's going to go live Saturday. But it never concerned me to the point to where I thought, okay, well, I need to go live until she wants her slot back.
Oh, you could have.
I could have, but like I said, I wasn't that wrapped up into it that I had it that high on the priority list.
Do you know how bad I want to lick this plate?
If your screen goes blank in it for 60 seconds, we'll know.
Oh, that's good. God, that stuff is so good. I'm done.
That's why I suggested maybe we could alternate weekends or something, so you wouldn't feel the pressure of having to do it every week. I wouldn't feel the pressure of having to do it every week because, I mean, I don't know about you, but
I don't work well under pressure.
I don't mind having fun, but if I feel like I have to, I don't know if I want to do it anymore.
Look, that's what's prevented me from doing it so many times. Is that feeling of obligation, and I don't want that with my YouTube channel.
I don't need the pressure.
Exactly. And I don't work well under pressure anyway.
But at the same time, I know if I'm going to get a following, I need to do something a little bit more consistent.
Seventh Son, I really like that idea. Granny spins the yarn. Of course, I'm not spinning anything, but I understand. That's a really cool play on words. That's one of the things I want to do with my crocheting is, number one, I want to crochet and show people what I'm working on, things that I finished. I'm not an instructor. I don't like to teach people to do things. I hate it. But I don't mind sharing what I'm doing. And I also like sharing the yarn that I buy and telling people where the sales are and what comes in this mystery box or that one or who has got the best deals and that kind of stuff. I didn't see it on your, wait a minute. You do live. Yes. Did you see that, Grumpus?
I saw it.
Well, he did a live stream last weekend. And didn't you do one a couple weekends before that?
Did I host one?
I think so, yeah.
I know I jump on a lot of live streams. I think I've only really hosted one.
One?
Well, I think we did a private one.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. That's right.
We did a private one, but even the one I did last week, I haven't posted yet.
Right. And Marcel, is that the one?
Yeah, but I think that was private, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mhm. My
And the
YouTube
reason,
is my job, so I'm always here. Well, see, Sheena, that's something else I was thinking about doing. I might need to get a bug in your ear. I mean, pick your brain a little bit, because I thought about doing auctions or something for my finished objects,
that might be a great idea.
because I don't want to fool with Etsy and all their fees. I don't want to fool with PayPal. Well, I guess I would have to fool with PayPal. I mean, I have Cash App. People could Cash App me. People could Venmo me. People could, I guess, PayPal me, because I do have PayPal.
Yeah, it just
But
depends on what you want to put out
right.
there. What
But
kind of
see, that's the
information.
thing. I could make a thing, and then maybe make a few things, and maybe once a month have a little auction. And fall is coming quickly.
Yeah.
So, and I'll tell you this. A lady that I watch on YouTube, who I adore her. She's a crochet channel. I absolutely love her. She's been around a very long time. I probably started watching her 10 years ago. But every year she gets donations from her viewers. She's got over 1 million subscribers. And people send her blankets every spring, and she does an auction of all these blankets and donates everything that she makes to the animal shelters around her that don't get government funding, that only rely on private funding. And last year she raised over $40,000. And I just think it's really cool the way she does it. And I like the way Sheena does hers, is really cool. Now I don't have the type of inventory that Sheena has, obviously, and I don't have the viewership to donate things for me to do an auction like that. But I do have my own work that I could auction off and at least make enough money to replenish my yarn supply, which is all I really want anyway. It's just yarn. But yeah, you'll keep. Wait. Wait a minute. I gotta read. I gotta read everything. I'm backed up, Sheena. Cool. I'll keep my eye out. Whatnot is good. Whatnot? Whatnot is good. I saw 1.7 thousand items in a month. That is amazing, girl. Same screen name on Whatnot. Is that what you're on? Whatnot? I don't understand. Is that a new app or something? It's auction 2. They will take the taxes out for you.
Yeah, that's something you'll need to consider. Yeah.
Just remember, taxes will kick your butt. Yes, I know. If I go live, it will be late 11 plus p.m. Okay. That's right, because last week when you went live, it was around 11:30, wasn't it?
Yeah. I mean, there's other people that do lives on Saturday nights and stuff. I don't want to poach their people.
And I get that. I do.
And I'm a night owl, and there's a lot of night owls out there.
Well, yeah, and that's why I like doing my live stream late at night. I don't get as many views as I would if I did it during the day.
Right, but
I like this intimate setting of just a few people that I really care about.
It'd be a lot more casual.
Yes.
Conversations.
Yes, definitely. And if I get a little bit too drunk, we can always go private.
Well, that's it. It's just one click away. Well, to be honest with you, Charlotte, that's why I haven't posted last week's, because I really need to edit some of that out. Some of the stuff me and Patrick talked about.
Oh, was that after I left?
Yeah, I should have.
Okay.
I should have shut it down at that point, but we had we discussed a few things. Some family member probably wouldn't appreciate.
Okay, well, that's all right. I didn't hear none of that. I was unconscious when I walked in the bedroom. I left it on. I left the light running. Yeah, because you need the views too,
Well, I'm not so worried about that.
the volume was really low, and basically it was turned the other direction, so I didn't have the light in my face. and yeah. So wait a minute. Joe's what? Wait a minute. Joe passed anything over 600 total in a year is Joe Biden. Okay. Look, let me ask you a question. I was not privy to this scandal. I knew nothing about it. And Wesley came home the other day and told me that our president crapped his pants in public on national television or something. Is that true?
I guess I missed that part. Usually it's shit rolling out of his mouth, but that's another thing.
I don't know if it's true or not. And I told Wesley, I said, that could have been AI, because he said he saw a video of it. And I said, that could have been AI generated. That could have been,
yeah.
You know, I said, you just don't ever know anymore whether something's real or not.
I think there'd have been a pretty big brouhaha over that if it really happened. Unless the media was told to shut up about it. I don't know. I don't believe it though. I didn't believe him when it happened. Okay, Whatnot is a sale platform. I'm a real business and I use QuickBooks. I don't know how to do that, Sheena. You need what? She made over 100,000 last year. Just in her hanging with us.
I know. What in the world?
You need to pick better friends.
Right? Sheena, you need better friends, darling.
We're holding
they
you
charge
back.
the same as PayPal, and you can cash out when you want. That is really cool. Now YouTube is good too, but you get a lot of no. Get some of my customers. Most are 50 to 90. I can teach.
Do you do live streams?
She does. She does her auctions on live stream.
Well, I'm getting ready to say, why don't she have a segment on how to market on live streams?
Oh yeah, girl, I've been watching that.
I'd be watching it too.
Sheena said she heard that that's what happened too with our president.
And this was when?
It was in another country. They were having a meeting of some sort with some other country's leaders. That was what I heard. I don't know. My customers are retired. See, those are the ones I like. They're on a payment plan. That's all right. I was pushing MAGA in my chat. I'm not going to do that because I hate that some too. Almost every day. What did I ask? Oh, yeah, she does the live stream almost every day. That's right. So see, that's why I thought about splitting the two channels up, because I was kind of going to go businessy with it. But I guess I could do it on this one. Not too many resellers I pissed off. I offer free shipping. I think that's just fine. If that's what you want to do and you can afford it, I think you should, because it's going to pay off in the long run to offer free shipping. I mean, as long as you don't have to take it in the pants too much, you know. I mean, business is business, but if you're bringing in that kind of dough, I mean, how much of that 100 grand had to go back into the business? That's what I'm curious about. I mean, how much did you get to keep? All of it? Or
Charlotte, you won't have to buy yarn for 10 years.
You know, and that's another thing too. I'm not a fast. It depends on what stitch I'm using. Like this thing that I'm making right now, this thing, it's a wrap. And I started it at about, I don't know, 8 o'clock this morning. And I'm halfway done with it. But now, I might have crocheted for a solid 3 hours today. You're a volume seller. No, they said I sell too cheap. But yeah, you are a volume seller. And you buy by volume too, don't you? She buys estate sales and things like that. And buys a lot in bulk. And I know you work your butt off. I know you do. I know. I've seen you do it. So hang on a sec. Did you say the Whatnot is a sales app or just a thing like PayPal where they exchange money for you? A lot of no pays on YouTube. Yeah, she buys in bulk. Shipping, invoicing, it's not glorious, but it keeps a roof over it. Hey, you know, whatever. I'm glad that you decided to do it. If you remember correctly, back in the day, I told you needed to sell that stuff and open your shop up and do it on YouTube. I'm going to get into Amazon bulk. Oh, okay. Delivered a cognizant speech immediately after, and no one around him reacted at all. So using Occam's razor, it most likely that he did not. Okay.
That was the second half. The first half was the previous message.
Yeah.
Okay.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, because I'd seen that clip.
Mm-hmm. At Normandy, that's where it was. Yeah. Yeah. Now, cognizant is debatable. Okay. It's a sales app. Okay. All right. I'm going to look that up. Can I get it on my Google Play Store? Is that where I get the app, or do I? Tell me where to get it, Sheena. What I thought I would do is just post pictures just of the merchandise that I've made for sale. And even if it's only one or two things, it's out there. It's just out there. So, and I mean, obviously it's more than one or two things, you know. Oh, I got a message from my daughter night before last. You know, my oldest daughter took my middle daughter. They're closer in age than any of the other kids. And they're the two oldest kids. She took her to Disney for her birthday last week.
Oh, yeah. How'd that go?
Oh, they had a blast. They had an absolute blast. They spent 4 days at Animal Kingdom in the hotel there. And they had a view of the savannah. So Erica called me on video chat at maybe 4 or 5 o'clock in the evening and had the camera turned around and said, "Hey, Mom, this is our view right now." And there were giraffes just parading by their room. And they're out on their balcony just enjoying that.
Nice.
Honestly, was probably the best situation that they could ask for, because Rachel is an animal lover of every kind. I mean, she loves all animals. And she said it was wonderful. And she really enjoyed going to the Animal Kingdom Park. And she really liked Epcot. But she didn't care for Hollywood Studios or the Magic Kingdom. But, you know, she's 35. So,
Yeah.
So I think she chose the two best ones for her.
Uh-huh.
I really like Hollywood Studios. And I also liked Epcot. I think that the fireworks show at Epcot is world class. It is fan-freaking-tastic if you like fireworks shows. But it's probably one of the best ones I've ever seen. And there was a story with it, and it was almost like a fireworks ballet. It was really cool. But yeah, they did that last week, and I was really happy for them. But she took the blanket that I made her. Remember the purple one with the star?
Yeah.
Looked like a star. I gave it to her. She when I gave it to her, she looked at it and she was like, "Oh, this is nice." And I thought, "Oh my God, she hates it." Because I know her and she's a lot like me. And when she gets excited about something, there's no denying, And I said, "Well, I hope you really like it, blah, blah, blah." So she took it home with her. And I guess it was about 2 days later. She goes, "Mom, I really, really like that blanket." She called me, told me that. And I said, "Well, that makes me really happy," because I was kind of concerned. She goes, "Well, at first I was too when I first saw it." She said, "And then I got it home and I used it for a couple days and I love it." I said, "That's great. It's great." I said, "That means I don't have to make you another one, And that's what I was thinking. So she texted me last night before we got home from the parade and the downtown events. And she says, "I'm just texting you to let you know that I'm going to need another blanket because I took it to Disney with me." Oh, first I said, "Why?" Because I thought maybe she had damaged the one that I made her already. She says, "Well, I took it to Disney with me and everybody who saw it just loved it. And more importantly, I love it. So I need another one." And I said, "Who is everybody?" I said, "You were in a hotel room with your sister at Disney. How did other people see your blanket?" She said, "That's not important."
See, we'll start selling them on live streams.
So anyhow, she says, "Well, I was going to say that I need a collection, but I didn't want to overwhelm you." I said, "Don't worry about it. I can make you as many as you want me to make you." I said, "Just all I need is time. That's all I need." I said, "I got plenty of yarn. I've got everything I need. I know 3 or 4 blankets that I think you would absolutely love." And, I had a really hard time deciding on which one to make her. She's a very picky young lady and difficult to please, truly. So when she really likes something, it's an accomplishment with her. But I'm really glad that she did like it. I'm super excited about that. Super excited. So I guess I got to find another pattern that I want to make. I think I already have it. I know which one I want to make her. But I need to do some other things before I get to that. I just bought the yarn to make my son's blanket. My oldest son. He's a real Jacksonville Jaguar football fan.
Mm-hmm.
And I found a yarn that is a teal gradient. And it goes from a really, really deep teal all the way into a really pale colored teal. And he loves the beach and surfing, right? So I found this blanket that's a shell stitch with black. The blanket's going to be teal, all the shell stitch, and there's black in between each stitch to make it kind of stand out. It almost looks like a mosaic tile blanket because there's black in between each row and then in between each shell. And I thought, oh my God, he would love that because it's everything he loves. It's the beach and it's the Jaguars. I know, like I said, I know you guys don't care too much about all that, but
it's not that I don't care. I don't understand half of it.
And I get that. I do get that. I get it. But you understand a mom wanting to do something nice for her son.
Oh, I understand that entirely.
Right. So, and for her daughter, who's very demanding and doesn't care if anybody gets anything unless she gets it first. And see, we thought Violet was the high maintenance daughter. No. Number 2 is always going to be number 1 in her eyes. And maybe everybody else's too. Because I think even number 1 thinks number 2 is number 1.
So Charlotte, are you doing anything in your garden out back this year? Or you just kind of...
I have tomatoes.
Okay.
I planted tomatoes right before we left for our trip to Georgia back in March. And I have so far picked about 47 tomatoes off of 6 bushes.
Wow.
And there's still some growing out there, and some of them, excuse me, some of them have blight, and I need to get them out of there. But like I said, I only got 6 bushes, but there's 2 that if I can keep them alive through this heat in the summer, I could probably get more tomatoes off of them when it cools off enough in the fall.
Get a second crop. Okay.
Yeah.
Now what? All right. So you don't plant seeds. You're planting the plants.
Oh, I plant the plants. I don't do.
And when do you plant them? Because I
Second
think I get mine in too late every year.
I plant. Okay, here's what I do.
Because my stuff burns up before I can never get anything off of it.
Sure. Yeah, it does. Yeah. What I do is I watch the weather. Sometimes I plant them the last week of February, but I definitely always have them planted by March the 7th. Unless
I never get them in that early. That's my problem.
Unless Easter comes in April. If Easter comes in April, I wait till mid-March because we're going to have a freeze. Crazy, I know, but that's just the way it works out. If Easter comes early, I can plant them boogers the last week of February. But I always have my tomatoes in by March the 7th, usually.
Okay.
Unless Easter falls in April.
So I didn't even plant any this year. I'm tired of the things just withering up. You know, the 1 or 2 tomatoes that I finally make, the birds get them.
Right. Well, I've thrown out half of mine. I pick them off, a bug or a bird has gotten to it, and I throw it and toss it to the chickens.
Yeah.
So what I have in my freezer and in that freezer is basically I make a basil and garlic based sauce with them.
Uh-huh.
And then whatever I want to add later, I add later to that sauce to make whatever dish I want to make. Yeah. But always buy tomato seedlings that are between 50 and 70-day tomatoes and plant them as early as humanly possible in March.
Yeah, that's what I need to do. Because I'm getting them in too late.
When do you get yours in by?
Probably in April.
Oh, no. No.
Because I hardly ever do anything in the yard before April 1st because we usually have a frost.
Yes.
You know,
yeah.
At the end of March.
Well, here's something else you can do. Go get you some 50 to 70-day tomatoes and plant them at the middle to the end of August. And you will get tons of tomatoes off of them in the fall.
I mean, I really don't have an excuse. I've got a greenhouse. I could plant them and put them in a greenhouse.
Yeah, but they'll heat to death.
And
oh, you mean in February? Like you could plant them mid-February?
I could plant them in January.
Yeah. Why don't you do that?
I could probably start seeds in December or January and then just put the plants out later. But
when I used to do seeds, I would start them on my birthday, which is December 29th.
Next year is always a better plan, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Definitely. But I don't have anything else planted out there except for the rattlesnake beans that my son planted the other day. I'm going to put some onions out there probably at the end of July. I'm going to put some more. I'm going to put my peppers out really soon. I got to go buy them though. We don't have any luck with peppers until fall here. So you might have the same luck there.
Mine didn't make very well last year.
No. Oh, I got tons last year. I had so many poblanos. I had them coming out my ears.
But I'm, talking to you, I probably should start planning fall garden and stop thinking about because summer is just wrecking everything.
Oh, it's horrible. The only thing that grows here in the summertime is okra. That is it. And sunflowers and zinnias.
I've got one poor rosemary plant that's still hanging in there after 3 years. And I just bought some basil last weekend that I need to plant.
Basil should do well.
So
it
I
likes
usually
to be
have pretty good luck with. My biggest problem with basil is I don't keep it trimmed back enough.
Yeah, me either. It ends up getting this big around and
it ends up
5 feet
real
tall.
stringy and a bolts and
yeah.
But no, HEB had what is it? The 1 gallon container.
Yeah.
bowl of basil for $4 and some change.
And you snagged it, right?
I snagged like 3 of them.
Oh, good.
And inside, that was outside the store. Now, inside the store, you could go buy the fresh basil over in the produce.
The little
Bitty old
tiny one.
bag. Yeah, it was almost $6.
Oh
And
my.
Vicky said, "Well, what are you going to do with that?" I said, "I could mow that whole pot down now, and I'm still ahead of what it cost in the store."
Right? I'll be right back, Grumpus.
right.
I need to run to the little girl's room.
All righty.
Oh.
All right, folks, who's left in the chat? It says there's still 7 watching. That's not too bad for this time of night. Sheena had a phone call. Who else is left in the chat?
Murphy, shut it down.
Let me scroll back here, see who. Because Sheena's the only one leaving any comments that she's here. Seventh Son, are you still here? Let's see here. Okay, you lurkers. Make yourself known so we can talk. Seventh Son, what part of the United States, well, what part of the world are you in?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, jeez.
And Seventh Son, is that what you go by, or do you have a government name you use?
Government name.
What do we call you? He's in Southern California, so he's not nearly as late as we are.
Yeah.
But yeah, as far as the garden goes, I've got no excuse. I mean, I get tons of seed catalogs come in all year round. I ought to be buying. In fact, I bought seeds this year and I didn't even plant them.
Yeah. Oh, I've got so many seeds, probably 2 and 3 years old that I've not planted. One thing I really want to grow is it's called a tromboncino squash. It's like a zucchini, but it's really long and it has a bulb at the bottom of it. But it's a summer squash that doesn't get. It's resistant to vine boring bugs, the moth.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm. And I want to grow a Corsican gourd. You can't eat them, but you can eat the tromboncino. They're more for decoration, carving, painting, whatever, planters. But I enjoy them. A couple of years ago, you answered to Steve. Yeah, it is. It's an Italian squash, Sheena. Yeah, you know which one I'm talking about. And butternut squash is also very resistant to vine boring bugs. Any moscato. Machata. There's 4 different families of squash, and machata is the one that is the most resistant to the vine boring bugs. Pumpkins, Seminole pumpkins are one of them. Butternut squash, the tromboncino. There's the Corsican. Well, the great thing about, I didn't realize this until I started growing my birdhouse gourds a couple of years ago, but they get pollinated at night. The flowers bloom at night. And of course, your regular summer squash, it gets pollinated during the day with the big yellow flowers. Well, the other ones have the birdhouse gourds, and also the Corsican gourds have white flowers that come out at night. And a particular moth fertilizes those, but it's not the vine boring. So cool. A lot of people put tin foil right above the ground to keep the vine borers out. I've heard of that method, and I've even wrapped my stems in tin foil before. Need to plant these Sweetie Drops pepper, gourmet, unique, sweet, very colorful, 20 plus.
These are excellent tasting.
You've had them?
Yep. I've had them at there's a restaurant here called Whiskey Cake.
Yeah.
And they do, you know, most places serve the mussels in the white wine sauce and butter sauce, all that. Well, they've got a twist where they put these peppers in with it, and they're about the size of a chickpea, and they are so good when you pop in. They're not hot, but they do have that peppery taste,
Yeah.
and they just pop in your mouth, and they're so good.
Okay, sweetie drops. I got a list tonight.
I can give you a link.
Okay. Send it to me on my Instagram
Okay.
so I can keep it. I mean, so I, so I don't have to go searching for it.
But yeah, just like an 18-ounce can or something like that, it's like $15 or something. I mean, they're very expensive if you buy them. So I bought some seeds.
I bet I could.
I waited too late. I thought I waited too late to plant them, but maybe I ought to go ahead and plant them now and try to get a fall. Yeah,
and I would plant them right in your garden bed or wherever you do your peppers. Just plant.
It's too hot right now.
Shoot, no, they love that crap. Them peppers love the heat.
Well, I'm hoping I can get them planted and the birds will leave them alone.
The birds eat your peppers?
Oh yeah.
I've never had birds bother my peppers. But then again, I've always had other stuff out there that's more appealing. Thank you.
When I had birds, I would feed them peppers.
Okay.
Peppers.
Okay.
Well, years ago, my ex had parrots and stuff like that. Man, they'd eat a jalapeno in a heartbeat, not even hardly blink.
My chickens will do that. My chickens will eat anything. Sheena says she starts pepper seeds in December so that they produce in the summer. But Sheena also lives way north of us. I mean, she's in Arkansas, right? Are you still in Arkansas, Sheena? Or Oklahoma? It's Oklahoma. Shoot. They get colder than we do. A hydroponic counter system, grow them indoors. You could do that too. Sheena, did you see my plant that I bought? I'm so proud of this thing. I love him so much. Isn't he gorgeous? He was on sale at Lowe's. I was really, really surprised to find him too at Lowe's. Yeah, Oklahoma. She's in Oklahoma. So that's a couple of zones above us. What was that? You sent me 2 links. What was the second one?
It's the peppers.
Okay.
In general.
Okay. But yeah, when I have peppers in my garden, they produce all the way into November. Truly. And they don't start producing good until about August or September. She's in 7A, 7B, and I don't know about you, but I'm in 9A.
I think I'm in 9. What's the lower one?
B, 9B.
We're probably right on the fence, A and B.
Yeah. What are y'all doing? Quit that. Let me tell you what, this new baby kitten, not Birdie, the one you just saw, but the little tiny gray one. I love her, but my God, she's spicy. I'm serious. She's hell on wheels.
Isn't it funny, the different personalities?
Oh my gosh, yeah. Birdie has always been fairly laid back. Now she likes to play. And she'll eat your toes at night. If you move, I mean, that ain't no lie. But now, this little spicy girl here, come here, kitty. She's running back and forth. You can't even get her attention. She's like on speed or something. Come here, kitty.
My buddy's right here next to me sleeping.
Let me grab her, if I can.
She was snoring a minute ago.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Come here, you spicy little girl. You spicy little girl. Oh my goodness. What? She ain't gonna put up with this for very long. But She
Pretty
is
independent, huh?
she very, yes. But she's so beautiful. Look at her.
Is
She's
cute.
so pretty. Mwah. Goodbye. Go play. Go play. Go have fun. They were both in the dishwasher a minute ago.
In the dishwasher?
In it. My daughter left it open when she came out here to get a plate for my thing, and they were both in there just traveling around in the dishwasher. I'm so glad I got these kittens. So glad I got them. Oh, guess what? Virgil is going Tuesday to get his nuggets chopped off.
Oh. Is he aware of this?
He is not, and we're keeping it a secret. And I hope he's a completely different dog when he comes home. I don't know how long it takes for that to settle them down, but he needs to be settled down. He's starting to get a little not mean. Yeah, he's very teenagery right now. Extreme. I mean, he acts like he doesn't even have to listen to me anymore. I look at him and I'll say, "Hey, Virgil, here." And he'll look at me like, "Yeah, I might not." Sometimes he walks away from, I'm like, "No, here."
Thanks for the cat.
Yeah. And I'll say, "Sit." And he'll sit there and look at me like he's deciding if that's what he wants to do or not. You know? And I'll act like I have a treat in my hand. He's super, super food motivated. I've never seen a dog so food motivated as this one. And if I act like I have a treat, he'll do whatever I tell him. He'd rob the neighbor if I told him to. But I'm starting to notice that when he gets, well, okay, here's a for instance. Wesley sprayed the yard for mosquitoes yesterday. And when we had to take him out to potty. So when he came inside, we wanted to wipe his feet off. Well, he don't like anybody touching his feet. In fact, I have to have him sedated to trim his nails. And you know what? I wanted to do that, Sheena. That me and Wesley were just talking about that yesterday afternoon. He knows that I'm the boss in this house, but he thinks he's number 2 because he tries to tell the rest of them what to do. Now he's trying to be a little more assertive with me, but he don't get away with it because I don't let him get away with it. But they don't know how to not let him get away with it, if that makes sense.
Yep.
But anyhow, yesterday, my son was trying to wipe his feet off with the baby wipes. And yeah, okay. And he started growling at my son. And I'm like, "Oh, no." And I told him no. I said, "Quiet." And I do like this, and I say, "Quiet." And usually he'll be quiet. Well, he didn't. He did get quiet, and he stopped growling, but he started squirming really bad and trying to snap. Not snap, but put his mouth on my son's hand. And I would say, "No." And he would look at me, quit for a second, and then start again. So he thinks, Sheena, he is a Labradoodle and German Shepherd mix. And I'm starting to see a whole lot of German Shepherd in this boy.
I can tell you firsthand, it's hard to train a dog if everybody in the house isn't on the same page.
And see, basically, he's my job. Now,
but you can't train him not to do something if everybody else not only,
right.
Sometimes maybe without even knowing it, they're encouraging what you're trying to get him to stop.
Right.
They let him get away with it.
Right.
And it has to be all the way across the board or they never learn.
And it's so hard to do that with this bunch here. Because, I mean, Wesley will tell him to sit and then let him get away with jumping up on him. And I'm like, he's not allowed to jump on people. Make him stop that.
Well,
and the only person he'll listen to is me. I'll say off, because that's my word for get off of. Down means lay your butt down. Off means get off the furniture, get off of me, get off of the counters, whatever you're doing. Off. Out means.
When we had dogs before, it was harder to train my wife than it was to train the dog because.
That's the problem I'm having.
because I would tell her, I said, don't let him do that, or we got to use the same word, the same, they
Right.
don't understand English.
Right. Well, and Wesley, every time I'll tell him off, and he'll say down, and I'm like, that he doesn't know what that means. He thinks
Right.
that means lay down.
Right. That's the confusing part.
So, and the funny thing is, Grumpus, we've had dogs, the poodles. We had them for 15 years.
Uh-huh.
He knows the language. He's just acting like he doesn't for some reason, and it's pissing me off. I'm like, do we have to go? Don't feed him the same time as you make him wait. Mm. Don't let him come in the door. Oh, see, I don't do that. We make him sit and stay. Let us out the door first, and then he's allowed out or in. Either way. And it's more of
I had hard-headed basset hounds, and we have cluster mailbox at the end of the block. I'm mid-block where I live. I would walk my dogs, both of them, down to the mailbox. We'd cross the street, and I would sit them at the corner, and I could walk all the way home and turn around. They'd still be sitting there until I released them. Now, these are basset hounds. People say basset hounds are untrainable, but they will learn. You can do it, but it takes the whole household. The same words, same sit, no, all that kind. You gotta be consistent with it.
right.
That's the hardest part.
That's something that I'm trying to work with him now. Is he's really good with me in the house. Now, not the other ones, but with me, he will do what I tell him to, even if he sits there and thinks about it for a minute. But a lot of his problem right now is just teenager problem. He's going to grow up, and as long as I'm consistent with him, I think at the other side of this, he's going to be fine. And but petting and feeding is a reward, but only when he's calm. And see, that's another thing. I will not give him any food unless he's calm. In fact, every morning, I feed him 3 times a day. And look at this. Well, shoot, where's this bowl? You dog. Oh, here it is. I have to feed him small meals because he'll throw up. He'll eat so much that he throws up. So I have to give him this kind of bowl.
Yeah.
Because
slows him down.
Takes longer. Yeah. And before I feed him, I put all the food in here. And he has to sit while I'm preparing his food for him. And then he has to stay while I put it down. And he has to wait until I tell him it's okay before he goes and eats it. Mm-hmm. So he'll stand there and stare at me until I say, okay.
That's what I do with my dog.
Hey, Marcel, how are you?
So Sheena, I used to take my dog downtown to the K9 Fun Run. And here's my boy right here at one of these runs. Left screen. That's Booger.
Oh.
He had a zip hat. I had a hat to match, and
that is adorable.
It was like a 2-mile walk or something like that through downtown, and he loved it.
Hang on. Can I do it this way? What? Fiddlesticks. I don't know. I'm trying to make your picture bigger, but I can't do it on this on my phone.
Put your comment away then.
Put my comment away?
Yeah, that one okay. There. Okay. Now you can't see it.
Oh yeah, I can see it. I just wanted to make it big. That's all.
Oh, okay. Well, you've seen that picture a dozen
times. I have, but he's so adorable.
But anyway, let me get back.
My brother has a basset hound. Her name's Molly.
I love them puppies are just.
Oh, they are. They are.
Oh yeah, you just imagine having a litter of 9 puppies, and the first thing that grows is their ears. And they will be running along and step on their ear and just go end over end. It is hilarious.
Oh my goodness!
Absolutely hilarious.
That's great.
Did I see Marcel jump in there?
I'm sorry?
Did I see Marcel jump in?
Yeah, she said,
Hey,
sorry,
Marcel.
I'm late. You can come up if you want to. I sent you a link in Instagram, dear. But yeah, my brother's basset hound is a big pain in the fanny, but she's a
They're
sweet
very
girl.
stubborn. Very stubborn.
She does what she wants, and she'll tell you.
Most
They
of
should
them
have
do.
named her Cartman. I do what I want. But now I really believe we're just going through a thing with Virgil because he's 7 months old and he's just at that age.
Yeah.
He knows what to do. He knows the rules. I just saw the link. I'm already in my jammies. Well, you know, Marcel, I come up here in my jammies quite a bit.
You can zoom into your face.
Right. But once we get over this hump, I think that, you know, we'll get back. Now, me and Wesley have been taking him down to the park, downtown, and taking his ball with him. And we have like a 40-foot long leash. And so we throw the ball and let him run to, you know, and try to run him that way. We probably do that 2 or 3 times a week. But I don't have a very big yard for him to run in.
Mm-hmm.
And we only have 4-foot fences around this house. And I'm so petrified that he will try to jump the fence and get out of the yard. So I think what we're going to do is buy some invisible fencing, you know, the electronic, and train him on that. And that way, hopefully, we can keep him in. And basically, maybe we can let him out in the backyard and not have to stay out there with him constantly. Because that's what I don't let him go out by himself. Hey, Ian, how are you? We are having a great week. We had a great week and weekend. Hope you are well, my friend. But yeah, that's one of the next projects that we have is that invisible fencing.
Well, the nice thing about bassets, they do wear out pretty quick.
Yeah. See, this one?
See, that's why I got them, because the bassets are like me. They just want to eat and go take a nap.
Right. No, Sheena, we don't use a harness. We have a prong collar for him because he's stubborn. And you would be so surprised how many more IQ points this dog has gotten since we got him the prong collar. I've been off Wi-Fi for months. Oh, well, good. I'm glad. Well, wait a minute. I saw that you posted a video recently about violins, I think. New violins or your violin collection. Oh, well. Australia. What time is it in Australia? Is it in Australia right now? 12 to 12, 1, 2, 3, 3:30-ish in the afternoon? Oh. Depending, I guess, on where you are in Australia.
So in Australia, do they ever call a violin a fiddle down there, or is that an American thing?
Oh, I wanted to ask.
He makes them. He builds violins.
That's right.
That's awesome.
That's right. Yeah. 3:40 in the afternoon. Okay. Are you in Melbourne? You sent me a video or a page of Leonid and Friends. Leonid. Right after you sent me the Tori Carpenter's girl. They're beautiful, Ian.
You're talking to me. Okay.
Yes.
So what'd you think of that girl?
Tori?
Yeah.
I liked her. I liked how effortless she sang.
Yeah.
I liked her voice. Was it Karen Carpenter? No.
No, I mean,
Close.
she was close. She's pretty
It was
darn.
close.
She's closer than anybody I've ever seen.
Yes. Well, I don't know because that video, the second video you sent me. Yes, I do too.
I
I
love
do.
the
I do
effort
too.
and all the different parts and that she video that was put together very well.
It was really cool, and it was wonderful, and I enjoyed it tremendously. But the second group that you sent me,
Yeah, the ones out of Russia.
yeah,
Yeah, they're pretty phenomenal too.
the woman, I looked at their page,
Yeah.
and the first one I clicked on was about some kind of Mississippi Delta stuff, and I didn't care for that man's voice. I didn't care for that style of music, whatever he was doing. It sounded like, it reminded me of Leonard Skinner, and I'm just over him.
Yeah.
Okay. But I scrolled down a little bit, and there's a woman on their page singing Karen Carpenter's song.
And she did real good too.
Don't you remember you told me you love me, baby, blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
That one. That was pretty phenomenal.
Yep.
That woman can sing. And that woman her voice is mature, and it's richer than the other girls.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a Russian group, and I think they tour.
Oh,
But I think a lot of that stuff, they're deconstructing the original in order to build it back. There's no scores or anything for them to follow. So somebody's going, the guy that runs that whole thing is pulling all these parts out to recreate it, the violin parts and the horn parts and all this stuff like that. It just blew me out of the water when I heard them.
That's pretty amazing. I like them a lot.
Yeah.
I enjoyed listening to that version of that song better than I liked the Tory chick.
Yeah, yeah.
I can't tell you why, except for the richness of her voice. And she was fairly effortless too.
Yeah.
That was the one mark of Karen Carpenter was number one, she was an untrained talent. Everything that you heard her sing was hers. It was all her. There was no formal training. There was no that she was born with that.
And she didn't want to sing.
No, she didn't. She wanted to play drums. Yep. And what a friggin' waste.
Goodbye, Sheena.
Goodbye, Sheena.
Thanks for hanging with us.
Take care. And will you email me at gulfcoastgranny@gmail.com? And so I have your email address, because I would really like to talk to you about the Whatnot app and how to start something like this. Because I am a complete idiot when it comes to business. I know nothing. I know how to smile and sell jewelry. I used to do that when I was young. I used to be a #1 jewelry sales girl in the whole shop. But that was many, many years and 1,000 less wrinkles ago. And all the body parts were where they were supposed to be.
Good night, Sheena.
Hey, dear. Dad used to tell me when I was a young person, he'd say, get a good education and get a great job, because cute don't last forever.
Yeah.
However, he was also the gentleman who told me, find out what your assets are and use them.
Kind of a mixed message there, wasn't it?
Aw, that's so sweet. Shay likes Ian too. That Shay is Sheena's daughter. She likes Ian. Yeah. But yeah, give her a big hug. You guys are so nice to each other. I love it. But yeah, that was a mixed message. He's also the one that said, if you're not going to do business, don't advertise.
Oh, that's good daddy advice right there.
That's great. That's great advice. Yeah, yeah. Oh, there's millions of them. One of these days I'm going to write them down and make a book out of it. It would be a great book. It would be such a great book. On one of my videos, I made a video while I was at my dad's house in March, and he was watering he planted like 30 crepe myrtle bushes in his front yard. Now, mind you, his front yard's pretty big. So they're all in I don't know why he did it. I wouldn't have done it, but he did. And they're really pretty when they bloom. You know, they're crepe myrtles, for God's sake. They're weeds. But he likes them, and he keeps sending me pictures of them in bloom. But when we were there, I walked up to him when I had my camera on, and I said, "Hey, Dad, say something. Give me some wisdom." And he said, "Don't sweat the small stuff." And I'm like, "Really? That's all you got? All the other ones you've told me my whole life, and that's the only one you can think of right now? Come on." But I'll tell you, I had not seen him since last summer. They came down here in August and really jarred me a little bit, the difference in him between August and March. And it was very subtle, but I could see a little more aging, and it was a little jarring. Yeah.
I mean,
Kind
just
of
in appearance or mannerisms or?
A few mannerisms, and mostly his appearance. He looks a little thinner. He just kind of looks a little more frail. He's not a frail man, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
He's not frail at all. But he was working on his car and taking the tires off, and what he was doing was trying to refinish the rims with some chrome something. Something was wrong with the rims, and he was sanding it and all this stuff. And I could tell that he just wasn't able to. He didn't have the strength that he once did. And I get it. He's next week he will be. Yeah, but he'll be 76 years old in a week, and but believe me, he's proud of that. He's so proud.
I'm going to be 71 next.
I know.
I can't believe it.
Well, he doesn't sound like he's 70 anything. He doesn't look like he's 70 anything. I mean, it's pretty. Well, maybe he does. Maybe he does, and I just don't see it. Because to me, he's always going to be like Superman anyway.
Yeah.
So there's that.
Vicky told me the other day if I'd get rid of this, I'd look 20 years younger.
I don't think so.
And I told her I'm starting to enjoy people opening my doors.
Right? That's great. Well, I'm enjoying people saying, "Yes, ma'am." And I'm thinking, when I was younger, it used to bother me, and I'm like, "Don't do that. It makes me feel old." And it's like, yeah, do that, because now I've earned that by God. I respect that. You say yes, ma'am to me. I like that.
Yeah. I mean, I went from stop doing that to you still do that?
Right. Oh my God. Yeah, getting old ain't for sissies, is it?
But yeah, it's gonna be a hard pill to swallow, but you got to swallow it, don't you?
Yeah, well, it's better than the alternative.
Well, I guess so.
I hope to stay here for as long as I can, and I'll just get old gracefully.
I'm not done embarrassing everybody yet.
Me either, darn it.
Let's go.
Time I'm like, y'all ain't getting off the hook. I'm gonna live to be 140 just to piss y'all off.
Still got a lot of asses to be a pain to.
Right. And I told Wesley not long ago, I'm like, what are we gonna do? Because I'm not living with any of these damn kids. Where are we gonna go? What are we gonna do?
Mm-hmm.
And I have no idea yet. But I mean, if we
find a spot, just find a place small enough they can't move back in with you.
And that is the key to success, my dear. I mean, I don't mind if wait a minute. I went shopping today, got myself a rotisserie of fruit, good shopping and under budget. That's awesome. What kind of fruit did you get? Boiling the kettle.
So
Looks
when
like
he
a
says
donut and coffee.
so he's in Australia, so got myself a rotisserie. Does that mean
I'm
he
thinking
bought
of
a rotisserie, or is that something they call? Is that a dish or something you buy at the store to eat? Kind of like we would buy a roasted chicken here.
that. Yeah,
Is that something like? Is that what he's talking about?
I'm assuming it's some kind of spun meat.
That sounds terrible, then.
I know. It's the only thing I can think of.
Like cotton candy. It'd be worse than a hot dog.
Spun meat. Good God. Apples, pears, oranges. Oh, that sounds delicious. And plenty of mandarins. Oh my gosh. You know, my daughter loves pears. So does my son.
My wife does too. Pears and cherries.
I like pears. I love peaches though. Peaches are my thing. Actually, I prefer nectarines or nectarines. And pineapples. I love pineapple.
My preference is probably peaches and plums.
And oh gosh, I love me some grapefruit. That's it.
Yep, I do too.
I love grapefruit. But pineapple and peaches and grapefruit are probably my top. Rotisserie is an oven you use to cook. Okay.
So he
Don't
bought
you
a
have a
new cooker.
rotisserie on your
He bought a new
on your
cooker.
grill? Okay. So are you gonna make a video of yourself cooking on your rotisserie? Ian? Maybe.
So is it one of those like a countertop?
I was wondering, is it an outdoor rotisserie or a countertop type? Because he called it an oven, so I'm thinking maybe
Yep.
it goes on the counter. I thought it would cost heaps, only $130 Australian. That's not a bad deal, actually.
Sound like what is it? One of them Ronco things that spins. You know what I'm talking about?
I know what you're talking about. Mhm.
Like a. I don't know what I'm looking for.
Like a toaster oven almost.
Yeah.
That
toaster
has a
oven.
rod in it.
Like an air fryer with a spinner in the middle. Okay.
Mm-hmm. I've seen those before.
130 Australian. So what's that in American? Maybe 120.
I have no idea. According to Patrick, it's $12,000.
He might be right.
AUD.
2 plates on top.
2 plates on top.
Okay.
And the little oven. It turns the chicken or roasts around. I need one of those. Okay, it's $86.68 here in the U.S. That's not a bad deal at all.
Okay, one more question, Eon. Does it spin horizontally or vertically?
Oh, yeah, that's a good question.
Can we make gyros on this thing?
Woohoo! So I'm not a huge fan of those.
I love the meat.
See, I don't.
And it depends on where you go. That's a spiced meat. So
Yes.
it's kind of like saying you like curry or you don't. There's so many different kinds of curry.
Different kinds, right. I love the green crap. You had the green curry. Holy crap, that stuff is good.
I don't have curry very often.
No. I don't have
do
it
know
very
there's a bunch of different kinds.
But my daughter took me to a Thai restaurant and got me a green curry. And there was a lot of coconut milk in it. I could taste that. Or coconut cream of some sort. And the spices in it were so good.
See, my wife works at an engineering firm run by a bunch of Indians. And of course, probably 60% of the employees are Indian.
Sure.
So she gets exposed to a lot of their foods because they'll bring in lunches and pitch-ins and things like that. So some
I
of it
bet
she
that
likes,
pot
some of it
looks
she says
amazing.
kind of hot, kind of
Yeah.
spicy for her.
Yeah. He said, too posh for me. Give me an oven and a tray. I get it. Truly. But see, I'm all about saving some cash. Of course, I haven't. Let me tell you what. This month has been crazy as far as, well, it's been the last 2 months because it started off with the cat having to go to the vet. And then the dog got sick. And that was, oh God, so much money. And then we adopted the 2 cats. And now I'm getting the dog fixed. That's going to be $220.
Yeah.
And it's just one thing after another that's been, and now I got to go buy Murphy school clothes before the end of July. And I'm spending a lot of money this summer. It's just
This
crazy.
past month we've been hemorrhaging money here too.
Yeah.
Because
That's what it feels like, hemorrhaging.
She broke her arm.
Mm.
She's got her one doctor she sees
Right.
regularly. She's been going to the chiropractor. Just every time I turn around, she needs money for a doctor.
Oh no.
And I told her, I said, I don't know what's going to happen if we actually get sick.
Right. Well, we've been dishing out a lot for all this testing that Violet had to go through too.
I'll bet.
Yeah, about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like I said, it's been one thing after the next for the last couple of months, and I am over it. So last payday, you know what I did? I didn't save nothing.
Yeah. Some months end up like that.
I didn't save nothing. No, that's not right. I didn't save anything for its intended purpose. Yeah. Like my vendors and all that stuff. What I did was I took a lot of money and I just put it in our savings account.
Yeah.
I paid our bills. I bought what we needed. I bought a few extra things like yarn. And then the rest of it went into our savings account. And I'm not putting anything towards where it's supposed to go. I'm just putting it towards our savings account. That's it. And our next payday, I'll pick up and we'll start over. I mean, we'll get back on the bandwagon. But I just felt like we needed to replenish what we took out.
Yeah.
So that's what we've been doing.
I've been trying to pay down a couple of items
that
I've been throwing a lot of big money at them to get them paid down, but these medical bills and stuff, I've just had to make, just make the regular payment.
Right.
Because my goal is by next year for us to be living on Social Security.
Okay.
Because we got mine coming in, we got hers coming in, so that's like a double income at this point. So I'm trying to hammer all the bills down, and by January next year, I want to know if we can live on it or not. So
you're going to keep working and only live on what you would get in Social Security and put the rest away, or are you going to go ahead and retire?
I haven't touched a paycheck since January, my paycheck. So we've been living on hers, Social Security, my Social Security, and her income.
That is great.
I can't let her know about it.
No, I get that. I get that.
But by January next year, I would like to be doing the same thing with her paycheck.
Right.
Because that's a big question everybody has. Can you make it on Social Security?
Right.
Well, if you don't have any bills, it seems like it might be doable.
Yeah.
There won't be a whole lot left, if anything.
Right.
But if you can nest some away
as long
right
as
now,
you can eat.
And who knows? I may end up retiring and selling barbecue or something.
And you can do that.
I could do some catering stuff. I've turned jobs down now. People want me to cater different things.
Right.
But
I think that would be a lot of fun too.
I wouldn't mind cooking the meat and selling them the meat. It's like we rent where I live. Where I work. We've got some acreage,
Okay.
and we're leasing out some of that acreage out to a soccer league.
Oh, okay.
And I've approached that guy and told him, I said, I barbecue and everything like that. Here's what I could sell you the meat for, and here's how much you could make and charge for a sandwich. You
Right.
get a bunch of these drunk people out there getting hungry. And I told him, I said, you make a fortune on it. I
Yeah.
said, I don't want to come sell sandwiches all day.
Right.
I don't
Right.
mind going home on a Friday evening, firing up the pit, doing an
And
all-night
making the
cook,
meat for it.
doing an
Mhm.
all-night cook, and bring him, 2 or 3 pork butts, a couple of briskets,
Right.
and get my money, go back home, and
Right.
let him, because I don't want to deal with making change and
Mm-mm.
buying pickles and slicing. I just don't want to do
No.
that.
No. I wouldn't
But I
want to do
wouldn't
that.
mind cooking this stuff. So I've been working on him. We may end up with working a deal out here before too long.
Oh yeah, that would be nice. And you know,
That'd
you
be a
could
little
do that.
nice side hustle.
Yeah, or you could even approach food trucks
Yeah.
and provide for them too. They could just
That-
run by your house meet somewhere or run by your
Yeah.
house, however you want to arrange it. Pick it up
Yeah.
early in the morning or before lunch service, and bam, save them a lot of time and effort too.
But that's what I would like to do. I don't
Right?
want to sell sandwiches out of the trunk of my car
No,
at Home Depot.
that would not appeal to me at all. Well,
No.
and that's why I like the thought. Look, I never wanted to make the thing that I love to do a business.
Well, because it won't be fun anymore.
That's right. And that's why I thought if I could just list the things that I make that I want to get rid of.
Yeah.
Or just that I don't want to keep, then that could be something that would make me happy, replenish my yarn supply, and maybe pull in a few extra bucks every month.
Right.
know?
Right.
And which suits me right down to the stinking ground. I told Wesley yesterday, I said, I wish I could make just $100 a month on YouTube. That's not a lot of money.
You'll get there.
But, well, this month I made more than I've made all year. I made $21.98.
Don't spend that all in one place.
Okay.
But no, I mean, I think about the side hustle part like that, because if you could make it on 2 Social Security checks and all your bills were paid, including buying a few groceries, stuff like that, then you could save up for the fun stuff.
Right.
You could take a vacation on the barbecue meats.
That's right.
Things like that. I hope I don't have to
Brother.
do anything like that to live.
Mm-hmm. Well, and here's my question though. What happens when there's one of you left?
Well, when there's one left, that's hopefully you're in a good enough shape that, my house is paid for.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So, you're looking at taxes and insurance.
Right.
Utilities and food.
Right. Yeah.
So, if you can survive, then you can figure out a way how to do fun stuff and
Sure.
make money on the side. I mean, who knows? Someday I may end up by myself, retired, and I end up wearing a Home Depot vest or something just to have something to do.
Yeah.
I had an uncle that worked at Home Depot just to have something to do. He for about a year there, he just got up, had coffee in the day, and just kind of puttered around the house. He said that got old.
Yeah. Yeah.
He missed talking to people.
Right.
And he knew he was pretty smart. So, he knew plumbing and electric and stuff like that. So he said he didn't make hardly any money,
Mm-hmm.
but it was almost like therapy to him. I mean, he had a reason to get up in the morning and keep going.
Right.
I don't particularly care to do anything like that, I don't think. But, never
You
say
never
never.
know. 15 years or 10 years from now, you don't know what you're going to want to do.
Never say never.
Right. Well, I know that.
I may find the next Mrs. Barnhart at Home Depot.
For oh my God.
I'll find me some rich, sick, blue-haired woman just wants some arm candy, and I'll be her guy.
Okay, then. You sound so much like my father right now. God.
Rich and sick with a bad ticker.
Dang right. 1 foot in the grave. Mm-mm-mm. See, that's what I should have done. Dad used to tell me, it's just as easy to fall in love with a rich guy as it is a poor one.
Oh, yeah.
But Dad, I don't ever run into those. Charlotte, you're cute enough. You could get whatever guy you want. Well, I got the one I want for now.
Hang on, I've run out of. I gotta change this.
Okay. So who's still here with us? Ian, I guess. I'm looking at Ian, and I think maybe Marcel is still here. I was trying to figure out who's still with us. We got 3 lurkers. Of course, one might be me.
I'm one.
Are you? Okay. Well, I don't know if you're up on the panel. Does it still show you as a viewer, or do you have?
I would think so. Well, I've got a window open in another browser next to me.
Okay. So we got Ian and you and probably me.
so okay, that may got me thinking here. So I'm in Chrome, viewing you on Chrome.
Okay.
So if I've got Firefox open next to me, viewing the channel, does that count as 2?
Your guess is as good as mine. I have no clue. It could.
And if I opened Edge and tuned in, does that count as? Well, let's see if the count goes
We'll
up.
try it. See if the counter.
We got 7.
Oh, I see 3. Let me see.
Let me hit refresh.
That's what I'm going to do too. I think there's a little bit of a delay too.
Yeah, there usually is.
Yeah. Oh, look, there's an ad.
So this one.
Should I watch it?
4 watching. Let me refresh this one.
Okay.
That says 3 watching.
Yeah, that's what I've got.
You got 3.
Mm-hmm.
I've got 4 showing on Firefox.
Okay, it just clicked up to 4.
Okay. Let me kill.
Yeah.
I'm gonna kill.
Oh,
Firefox.
went down to 3. Somebody left.
Don't be shy.
Yeah, right.
All right.
Come back.
I'm gonna kill Firefox. Let's see if the count goes down.
Okay.
I'm just kind of curious on.
I am too. Oh God, it went up to 6.
Wow.
Welcome in.
If I leave again, will it go to 12?
I don't know. Let's see. Oh gosh. So
I'm dragging you down, Charlotte.
Nah, it's all right. You can't do any worse than I do myself. So you know what? I have got to buy some groceries tomorrow. I'm running out of water. I'm running out of everything. I buy drinking water to make my tea with and to cook with, because I won't drink the water that comes out of our faucet. I mean, it's good for bathing and washing the dog, but I'm not ingesting that stuff. There are times when it comes out of my sink and it smells horrible. There are times when it's brown. And usually it's when we've lost pressure.
Yeah.
And whatever. But our whole infrastructure here is old and it comes out in the water.
I think our water's pretty good here. I generally don't drink the tap water. I'll drink the tap water that runs through the refrigerator. Because the refrigerator has a filter.
Right.
And I have a filter on the line going into the refrigerator.
Oh, okay.
So I've
Okay.
got a double filter on it,
Right.
and
I've got to get a new
it
refrigerator.
tastes all right.
Yeah. Well, now see if I could get an ice maker or a water in the fridge thing,
Yeah,
water dispenser, then I would drink it probably.
because Vicky drinks a lot of water. She
Does-
hardly ever drinks anything but water.
Okay. Well, I drink a lot of water too, but it's just in the form of tea.
Yeah.
I don't drink straight water usually. Now,
Wow.
about once a day,
A lot of mine has gone through a fermentation filtering process.
fermentation process. Marcel said they drink tap water, but they have a large pure Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if I had a big enough fridge, I would get one of those Brita filter things and just keep refilling it all the time. But my fridge is so small. And that's why I want to buy a new refrigerator this year. You know, I got a new stove.
Yeah.
And I love it. I love it. It has been so good to me. I'm so ecstatic about it still. And I want to get a new fridge. And I was thinking about getting a new dishwasher too. But I don't want to buy a dishwasher for this house if I can't take it with me if I decide not to live here. Because, you know, I could take my stove, I can take my fridge.
Yeah.
And he can just put the old ones back in here. Not a big deal. Well, actually, the stove that came out of here, he told me just to put it at the road and let the garbage man take it.
Okay.
But, and he'll probably do the same thing with the fridge. In fact, I've been real tempted just to text him and say, hey, Steve, the refrigerator is not working like it should. It's not keeping things as cold as it should. Can you bring me another one? I'm thinking about doing that.
Or
That way I can
see if he will let you purchase one and him either reimburse it or give you something when you leave.
Well, if I buy one, I'm going to want to take it with me because it'll be one that I want.
Right.
You know. But if he brings me one out of his storage thing that works very well, then I'll use that and just save my money till I can have the one I want.
Yeah.
And then call him and say, hey, come pick up your fridge. I'm putting my new one in. It'll buy me some time. We also have filtered water through our fridge. Yeah. Cooking fish for dinner. God, that sounds good. Let me tell you, my daughter took me out to dinner been about 2 weeks ago now. It was one night while Wesley was in Florida. And I had a piece. All I ordered was the red fish, and it came with some kind of really yummy sauce. I don't even know what kind of sauce it was. Really, I don't. But it was a huge piece of red fish like this and probably that thick.
Nice.
Best stinking fish I had in a long, long time. And we got some roasted Brussels sprouts with Parmesan to go with it.
That sounds good.
It was delicious. It's the restaurant that she works at.
Okay.
And when she goes in there, this place is really high dollar place. I mean, you can't get a plate in there for less than $40-ish a plate. And
it would have to be for her to get the kind of tips she gets.
Right. But she gets 50% off no matter what.
Okay.
So, which is, kind of a normal price for us. Because
Right.
I don't like to go, unless it's just me and Wesley. Now, if it's just me and Wesley, we'll go. Last week, we went to a place called Bacchus on the Beach. And it's a seafood restaurant. Mostly. And it's an open air type restaurant. Now they have an indoor, but you can choose to, and there's a bar on the outside and then there's tables all around it and down the front porch of the place, but it sits right on Highway 90. So it's traffic constantly. And at first I thought I wanted to sit inside until I found this little secluded outside part on the front porch. And I thought, oh, well, that would be nice and quiet. Well, it happened to be Scraping the Coast, which is a car event where all of the lowriders come into town.
So you
Then
got the full
played-
show.
Oh my gosh, it was crazy. But it was fun. And we ate there. All we had was there was a dozen oysters. We didn't have raw ones. We got all of their a sampler plate, 3 of each of their cooked varieties. One was a Cajun variety with jalapenos and
So they roast them on the shell.
yeah. And then they did Rockefeller, and then there's just a plain char grilled thing, and then they did one with Parmesan cheese and something else. But
Yeah, I
they
love
were
that kind of stuff.
they were absolutely delicious. So we got that, and we each got a salad. It was a wedge salad. Holy crap, that was a good meal. I cannot even tell you how good. I don't know if I was just super hungry or if it was really that good.
It
But I'm
sounds
going,
delicious.
it was totally delicious. And I had a drink called some kind of pineapple drink. And it had Grey Goose vodka in it and something else. And then he had one that was a whiskey. Oh God, what was the name of that thing? Anyway, it had whiskey in it. He loved it. I loved mine. The whole experience was great. The service was amazing. The waitress's name was Alicia, in case you ever want to go. But I think we're going to go back here in the next few weeks and do the same thing over again just to see if it was really that good. But and the wedge salad was not iceberg. It was like a romaine, half of a romaine head. Oh gosh, it was so good. So good. And what they did, instead of, you know how a lot of restaurants will put it was like a deconstructed salad. So they put all of the fixings like the onions and the whatever in around the plate like this. And then they had the wedge here and the dressing was in the bottom. So they laid all of that on the dressing and then they drizzled the balsamic vinegar over. Oh my God, it was good. Crazy good.
Making me hungry.
I know, right? I like to eat like that though. I like to eat light. I like to eat finger foods. Like tonight all we had was those stupid chicken legs that tasted like chicken wings. They were delicious. And then I had some cottage cheese with salt and pepper on it. And the kids ate celery with it. And I'm like, why don't we do this more often?
Vicky would love to eat appetizers and just pick at stuff.
Yeah.
She'd take that over a meal any day.
Me too. Me too.
I mean, she loves Friday nights because usually on Friday nights I'm going through the refrigerator to see what's going on from the whole week, and we'll just throw a bunch of little things together and watch a movie or something and just pick.
Right.
And she would rather have that than a steak and a baked potato.
Well, now I do like my steaks and baked potatoes.
Well, I do too. I'm a steak and potato guy.
But
she would rather pick and just nibble.
Yeah. Well, and I'm a grazer. That's what all day long. I just grab a handful of here, grab a handful of this, you know. But now I do eat one fairly good meal a day. But the rest of the time I just graze mostly.
I usually only eat once a day. I haven't eaten breakfast since high school. No
kidding.
And the only time I eat breakfast is if we're on vacation and we're out, we may go to breakfast. But generally, I don't do the breakfast.
Right.
Most of the time, I skip lunch.
Oh wow! Seems like.
But that means I'm ready for a big hearty meal.
At the end of the
when I do eat, I don't want to come home and have pizza or something like that. I gotta have some food.
Yeah. I agree. I don't like pizza anyway. But.
Well, pizza was an example. I mean, I don't want fast food sandwiches. I mean, right. I want some food, some nutrition.
The real stuff.
Yeah. I'm ready to do some damage.
Let me indulge myself again. I'm going to show this to Marcel. Look, Marcel, I'm making a rap. La, 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 la. I should have made it about 6 inches longer, but I didn't. And that's okay because look, it'll go around. It'll go around. And I'll be able to tack it up here and make it a cool little accessory in the fall. Won't that be nice? Thank you, thank you, thank you, Marcel. I'm very excited about it. And in fact, it's made out of cotton. It's I think this is 100% cotton. It might have a little acrylic in it, but it's a very fine weight yarn. And I really like the way that it worked out. And I think I've got 6 balls of this yarn in different colors. And one even has some sparkle to it. And I'm very excited about making a whole collection of these wraps. Super excited. But then again, I have a lot of things to make. But it keeps me busy. Truly. Let me tell you something. I bought a sewing machine this week. And I'm kicking myself in the butt for it. Because I tried to skimp and not buy the one I wanted. And I bought one off of Amazon that had really good reviews and blah, blah, blah. But it was very inexpensive as sewing machines go. And I even saw some reviews on it on YouTube that were really good reviews. I bring the thing home, get it in the house. This is funny. I opened it up and I thought, well, I'll check that out tomorrow afternoon when everybody's not here. Because usually I'm here by myself during the day. And so I left it under the table here, right next to where I sit all the time. And I woke up the next morning and the dog had chewed the box off of the styrofoam that held the sewing machine.
No.
There was cardboard shredded all over the kitchen floor. And I thought, well, that just figures. So much for sending the stupid thing back if I need to, right? If I need to send it back. So I open it up and I'm checking it out and I turn it on and everything's working. The needle's going up and down. And I said, okay, well, let's try to thread a bobbin. So I put the thread on and I wove it around like I'm supposed to and threaded the bobbin and hit the on button for it to go and push my foot on the little pedal and the bobbin won't work.
Oh,
the bobbin
no.
winder. It doesn't spin. And I'm like, oh crap, now what do I do? So Wesley comes home. He tries to fix it or, fiddle with it. He gets it to wind a little bit, but it's not working properly. I said, nope, it's going back. I'm going to buy the one I want.
There you go.
I said,
Some places
I don't know how we're going to send it back without the box, but we're going to, and they're just going to have to accept it. So, and Amazon will take anything back. So you know what? It's an off-brand. It doesn't have a brand name, Marcel. It's just Mini Multifunctional Household Sewing Machine. That's the name of it. Model SM505. It is this. The reason I liked it was because it's small. It's just a small tabletop sewing machine. Well, I'm buying myself a Singer as soon as I get the refund for this sewing machine because I've always had Singers. I like and also I like a drop-in bobbin where you can see the bobbin when you're sewing. You sew right over it, basically. I don't know when they started doing this, but they make a lot of front loader bobbins now where you have to open a door, stick the bobbin in. It's in a metal container. You have an inexpensive Brother machine I got at Walmart. It's a good one. If you'll send me the model number for that, I'll check it out. But they're almost impossible to thread, those types of bobbins. I know a lot of people who sew with those and they do fine, but I don't have any luck with them. So I decided I needed a drop-in bobbin. But the only reason I got it is because I made this little handbag a few weeks ago for Millie, and I'm going to line it with some kitty cat fabric And then I made a strap for it that I'm going to line with kitty cat fabric. So it doesn't, when you use crochet as a handbag, over time, it will stretch. And putting a liner in it and a lining in the strap will keep that from happening. So you can use it for its intended purpose. So that's what I wanted to do with it. I wanted to make handbags and then line them with the sewing machine instead of doing it by hand. Because who wants to sew by hand? Ew. So
years back, I'm going to guess maybe 12, 13 years ago, Vicky wanted to start making some clothes for some of the grandkids.
Yeah.
The granddaughters especially.
Sure.
So, I got her a sewing machine.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember the brand, but it wasn't cheap. I got her one with all the fancy stitches and all the different, all the dial in. It does everything.
Yeah.
I got her one of those. And of course it came in, so we had to go buy a case.
Right.
A nice piece of furniture to put it in. So
Sure.
I paid for all of that. Then we had to buy the fabric and everything that goes with that. And to make a long story short, she made one sundress.
Oh no!
for like a 6-year-old little girl. And I tease her all the time. In fact, even my granddaughter, I tease her sometimes. She's the only one I know that had almost an $800 sundress. I have moved that damn sewing machine from room to room to room because she keeps shuffling things around, and she's made one dress out of it.
And she still wants to keep it though.
I haven't asked her.
Well, you might.
I sometimes wonder if it disappeared, how long it'd take before she'd notice. Could I convince her she got rid of it?
I have a sewing machine, but it's one of those front bobbin loader things, and I just
tell you on this one,
I don't like it, so I never use it. Violet uses it occasionally, but I have no interest in it, so I'm going to buy the one I want, and that's how it's going to be.
She showed me the one she wanted. She had it picked out.
Well, the one I want is only $150.
I'm trying to be the good husband. No, you need something better than that. This one's got that, and this one's got that. Eventually you're gonna want this, so let's just get it now and get the machine. I blew it way, way out of the water.
Yeah.
Probably spent 4 or 5 times more than what she intended to spend.
Definitely.
But I thought she was really gonna make something.
Well, but the thing is, the one I want is called the Singer Simple. It has 40 or so basic stitches. It has a one-step buttonholer, which is great. Nobody wants to do the 4 steps and, manual basic. It's basically a manual buttonholer. I don't want that. It does backwards, frontwards, zigzags, blind hem. It does everything you need it to do to make whatever you want to make.
Yeah, that's what this one does. It does embroidery and all that kind of crap.
But mine's not going to do embroidery, but I also know how to embroider. All you need is a hoop and some embroidery thread. It's not a hard thing to do. So
apparently it is.
But it's not. It really isn't consuming, but it's an easy thing to do. But now, is hers one of those electronic types where you just push a button and it does what you tell it to?
I have no idea.
Okay. Because mine's a mechanical.
Like I said, I keep moving this cabinet around, but I have not actually seen the sewing machine in years. I couldn't tell you what it is. In fact,
oh my gosh,
I'm tempted to make you a hell of a deal.
Oh God. No, don't do that. Well, I'll tell you why.
I convinced her she got rid of it and she just forgot.
I just want a basic sewing machine. That is really all I want, because number one, other than little projects like this, like I was telling you, I really hate to sew. I know how to sew. I've made a ton of different things, but I hate doing it. It's not something I enjoy.
I think Vicky forgot how hard it was.
it is not an easy thing to do.
Buying the patterns and just having enough room to lay all that stuff
To
out.
lay everything out.
I
Yeah.
think she forgot all of that.
Mm-hmm. But now, if I'm just doing little handbags, I can use this table that I sit at,
Yeah.
you know, and it even stretches out to 7 feet long. And I've got plenty of room. I can cut fabric because
if you're doing liners like that, you can mass produce them.
Right. And not only that, but it's simple to do. And I can sew a straight line in a New York minute. It's when you have to make zippers and buttons. I'm not a sewer. I can make curtains, and I can make skirts with elastic in the waist. I don't mind doing that.
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, I probably will make Violet a few things if I get a sewing machine and I find the right fabric. But
now my sister, she's got she's a seamstress.
My aunt was a seamstress.
On the side. I mean, it's a hobby. She's got a serger.
Yeah.
And she used to make clothing that she sold down at the nursing homes.
Okay.
So she made clothing that was altered so it was easier to put on and take off. She had some that was for people with ladies with slings and stuff like that. So it was easy. So it was custom made stuff.
Oh, that's.
I mean, she did real good at it.
Yeah.
And I think she still does it some. But like she showed me her machine. It was a huge, monstrous looking thing. But
yeah. I have a sister-in-law who is a beautiful sewer. In fact, she is a member of a Mardi Gras crew. Has been for 3 or 4 years now, and she makes all of her own ball gowns to wear to these big galas and stuff for the Mardi Gras.
Yeah.
She makes every one of them. She makes her daughter's dresses. Because her daughter is a little pirate in the crew. So she wears her ball gowns too, and she makes those for her. She's a great. In fact, she taught Violet to sew.
My first wife, she made all of her bridesmaids' gowns, all that kind of stuff. So she liked to sew a lot.
See, I can't stand it.
In fact, this would have been back in the 70s. So I worked retail where I had to wear a tie. Every single thing my first wife ever made, I had a tie out of the scraps.
Oh, how cool is that?
I probably had over 100 ties at one point. They may be pink velvet, they may be satin, all kinds of crazy prints and stuff. I mean, she made some baby blankets and stuff, and I had ties with little teddy bears and stuff on them. But I could get away with it. That was just my thing,
Yeah. Marcel said I can make pillowcases. That is all. Well, if you can sew a straight line, you can make curtains. The kind that you just put the rod through. But there's some things that I would probably enjoy sewing, but not a lot. In fact,
it looks like a lot of work to me.
The whole time that Wesley was in the military, I never sewed one patch on his uniforms. Never. And he's like, Charlotte, I need this sewed on. I'm like, too bad. Why don't you go pay the
Sure.
There was
if I lose a button on a shirt, I just have to throw the shirt away. I can't even get her to sew a button back on.
That happened to Murphy yesterday.
I mean, I can sew a button on, but I'm not going to.
He was getting ready for the parade, and his button popped off. And he's like, oh, well, this is just perfect timing. I said, what's going on? He goes, my button popped off. I said, Wesley has a sewing kit in his hoard in our bedroom. And I hollered for Wesley to go get the sewing kit, and he brought it to me. I said, Murphy, take those breeches off and bring me the button and the pants. And I had it sewed on in like 5 minutes. It's so easy to do. He got it on, and then the button popped off of he's got this Boy Scout shirt, and it has this flap that buttons up
Right.
here. And that button, I looked at him. I said, nope, not today, Satan. I said, Wesley, bring me some safety pins.
I would just like to be able to tell people that she'd made a sundress and sewed on a button.
Sewed on a button. That's great. That's great. But my aunt tried very desperately to teach me to sew when I was a little girl. But Marcel, thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate it.
I think we'll probably wrap this up ourselves.
Yeah, we are in just a few minutes. Because I'm getting tired too. And Poppy's probably in their eyes, like toothpicks in his eyes, waiting for me to come to bed. So, because I know him. His friend that he went to see in Florida, Wesley came home and he was saying, something weird is going on with him. And I'm like, what do you mean? He says, well, they have separate bedrooms. I said, what? Why can't I get a deal like that? He's like, oh, hell no. And I said, well, I could see the benefits, really, I could see the benefits, but I also see the drawbacks too. I mean, I don't know. It just seemed, it's odd, in my opinion.
Yeah.
It's just odd. I don't mind having an extra bedroom in the house to run away to, but I belong in his room.
To be together.
Yeah. Yes. That's how I see it.
Now a lot of there's more than a few evenings a week I'll end up sleeping in a recliner.
Oh yeah.
Like tonight. She's got to get up early in the morning to go to work. If I go in there now,
you'll wake her up. Mm-hmm.
She's gonna be bitchy all day tomorrow.
Right.
This is easy for me. I mean, what the time is? Almost 1:30.
It's 1:39.
It's just easy for me to go in the other room and lay down on the recliner. Let her get her full night's sleep.
Right.
But I try not to make a habit out of it.
Right. And like I said, I wouldn't mind having a room to escape to every now and then, but for the most part, my room is where his room is, So, and I'm okay with that until he turns it into a hoard and I have to go clean, but that's okay. That's another story. Right. So look, Violet and Murphy made a dish chart because I am getting tired of having to do the dishes all the time. It's my job. And I'm like, you know what? There are 3 other adults who live in this house besides me. And I'm calling my almost 16-year-old son an adult because he's almost there.
He's old enough to take care of things.
Exactly. So they made a chart between them about a month ago. And they have certain days that they're supposed to. Well, every time it's Violet's turn, she finds a reason that she can't do them. I worked all day. I'm tired. Girl
That's
stuff, whatever. So here's what I did. Whoever doesn't do the dishes on their night, somebody's going to do those dishes for them. And whoever does the dishes for them, whether it's me or the other sibling or the dad, is getting paid $10.
I don't know. So the incentive is to do the dishes so nobody else makes money.
The incentive is to do the dishes so you don't lose your money because I have access to all the bank accounts.
Well, see, I mean, when people think I'm nuts, but I tell them when I was a kid, we didn't get an allowance.
Well, they have jobs.
There was no such thing as an allowance when I was growing up.
Right, I didn't.
We were required to take out the trash.
Yeah.
We had to clean our bedroom once a week.
Yeah. Clean the bathrooms.
In fact, I cleaned the bedroom. My brother cleaned the bathroom. My sisters, I forget what they did, but all the chores were divvied up. Mm-hmm. And the allowance was you get to eat here.
Live in this house.
Yeah, you're part of this business we run, and
that's right.
And that's the way it was. And I remember my dad very very loudly saying, "I'm not paying people to help around here.
to help around here because you live here. Well, and that's what I
And
did,
at
you
the
know,
time, I thought it was horrible because, I could have used a quarter a week.
right, right. Well, and I did give Murph, well, I did before he got a job. I gave
I
him
read
a
through it.
certain amount of money every 2 weeks. And that wasn't necessarily allowance. It was just, I felt like he needed pocket money because he stayed after school for band and he needed to eat something. And sometimes he would buy a whole rotisserie chicken and slice it up and take it after school, stuff like that.
Mhm.
But sometimes he would go to the Mexican restaurant and get a burrito or something like that. And I didn't mind that. And if I had the money to do it, I let him do it,
Mhm.
But now that he has a job and he's making more than I am,
Well, I mean, the thing is, you raise kids to get them prepared and ready for real
and
life.
yes,
And you can't just flip a switch at 18 and say, "Okay, you're on your own
they,
now." You've
yeah,
got to wean them from home and get them more exposed,
right,
so it's not such a shock,
right.
and they can't handle it.
Well, and the week that we were gone on vacation to my parents' house in March, me, Murphy, and Poppy went. Violet stayed here because she had to go to school.
Yeah.
Murphy was on spring break and she was not. So she stayed here. She took care of the animals. She took care of the dog. And at the time, the cats, that we had. And let me tell you what, she kept this house spotless. When I walked in this door, it smelled amazing. She had cleaned everything
Nice.
except for my bed. But when we're not here, when we are here, she don't do crap. She don't do crap. But when we leave, she wants to clean.
Well, I mean, you can't leave the party mess behind.
Well, and that's true too. That's true. Well, she did ask me if she could have some people over. And at first I was against it. And then I thought, well, if she's at home and everybody gets drunk, she don't have to go nowhere. She can go to bed.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of them can lay on, sleep on the couch, wherever.
Yeah.
So, okay, yeah, bring your friends over, But that was my thought was, why would I allow her to go to somebody else's house to have a party or just company?
Yeah.
When she can do it at home. And if things get out of hand, she can just go to bed.
There you go. Well,
So that's where my thinking was there. But, 20 years ago, I would have been a whole different story.
one way or another, you came home to a clean house.
I did. I did. And it just floored me that she had no interest in cleaning it since we got back. None. She was supposed to do the dishes and clean the bathroom today because Sunday is her day to clean the bathroom since she was little. And she didn't do anything. None of it.
You
And
realize
blamed,
that life's hard.
right? Well, she blamed driving home in that storm for upsetting her and making her have those panic attacks. And because she really did, I could tell she was having a panic attack just by talking to her. She couldn't breathe well. The words were coming in short, little choppy. And I knew she was distressed and she was scared. And I get that she was scared, but grow a pair, man.
Go through it and be over with it.
Right. And figure out how to do it better next time, That's shoot. I had to learn to drive in storms. You did too.
But you can't milk her for a week.
She will. She's a little drama queen, God love her. I can't help it. And I promise you I did not create that mess. I promise you. Because I'm a hard woman. I have no sympathy. I expect a lot. I'm very demanding, extremely demanding of my kids, my husband, everybody. And how she became this prima donna, I will never know. Yeah, this diva. I just don't understand it. Now, the boy's not like that. In fact, he will take up the slack and do her jobs for her. just to keep me from getting onto her.
Really?
Yeah, well, she's
You
a
afraid of
girl,
her?
maybe a little. Not so much anymore. I think he was when he was young, but not now. But tonight, he's a very thoughtful young man, okay? And this is how thoughtful he is. She was having cramps and girl stuff going on. And he came out here and asked me where the naproxen sodium was. And I said, why? What's wrong? And he said, I need to take some to Violet. I said, for what? He said, she's having cramps. And I said, no, she is not. She just don't want to do dishes. Bullshit. He said, well, Jack's like, she can't walk. And I said, take her medicine, honey. Then he comes back out here and gets a bottle of water. I said, what's that for? He said, I forgot to take her some water. I'm like, did she put you up to that? He said, no, I volunteered. So he felt sorry for her and took her medicine and water to take her medicine with.
Sound like that boy's never had a heartbreak before. It won't take but one. He'll get over this shit.
Like I said, he's a very thoughtful young man, and it'll probably take 2 or 3 before he gets over it. Because yeah, poor Bailey, my middle son. He's son number 3. And it's taken him a long time to get over that too. He's the gallant one. He's the one that wants to rescue all, and
Yep. Always looking for a project.
Yeah. And so he just got rid of one girlfriend that he's had for a very long time. That's the one that thought she was a he. And
really?
oh yeah, God. So she's freaking crazy, okay? She's batshit crazy. And she didn't start off like this. She started off, I thought Betty Boop was coming through the door. Swear to God, cutest thing you ever seen. And had a beautiful figure, had beautiful curly, beautiful hair, put her makeup on just flawlessly. And then about 2 or 3 years later, she comes in dressed like a guy with her head shaved. And I'm like, whoa, what happened?
Yeah.
And then he told me that I needed to address her as they or them. And I said, no,
my God. Not under my roof.
No, I said, I will not. I will not. I said, you introduced me as a she. That's what she is to me. She can go be crazy somewhere else. She ain't going to be crazy here.
Yeah.
And so then, of course, we had that little, it was always a contentious subject between me and him.
But I refuse to be a part of anybody else's delusion.
Right, exactly. And that's kind of what I said to her too. I said, look, you cannot convince me. Okay. I knew you when.
Mm-hmm.
This is nothing but an attention seeking behavior. And
Exactly.
not because I don't believe that that's really a thing for some people, but I knew her before this, and I knew what kind of person she was before this, and all of this is attention seeking. That's all it is.
I believe some of them out there are really nuts, and I think some of them just act nuts.
Well, she likes to be nuts. She really likes that title. And so anyhow, so he dumps her. He bought his house, just closed on it a couple of months ago. I'm so very proud of him. And now he's not seeing her anymore, and she's not living with him, and he's not having to pay her bills, and it's great. He's responsible for himself. So he calls me the other day. He says, hey, Mom, I asked a girl out. I said, okay. What'd she say?
What'd they say?
No. I said, she told me she was going to think about it. And I said, okay. I said, well, what's she like? He said, well, I said, oh my God, she's crazy, isn't she? He said, well, just a little bit crazy. I said, Run,
Ran
run,
like the
son,
wind.
please run.
You just met her, she's a little crazy.
He's a little,
You've only met her representative.
I know, right? Right. Well, I think that they knew each other along the way. I think this is somebody that he's known all along, probably since high school-ish. But they just never went that direction before.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, she's a pretty little girl, which doesn't surprise me. I mean, he's a handsome young man. I don't have no ugly kids. So, thank God. But anyhow, I'm going to close this up.
Yeah,
It is
it's probably
almost
about right.
to
What's it been?
you-
3 hours? 4 hours?
4:20.
No way.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Time flies when you're having fun.
Sorry I kept you up so late.
No, it's all right. It's I hate it that you have to work tomorrow and you know.
Charlotte, it doesn't matter what weeknight it is. I hardly ever go to bed before 3.
Oh my God. No kidding.
I hardly ever go to bed before 3 o'clock. If I go to bed at 2:30, that's an early night for me.
Well, I tell you what, if I do a live stream with crochet and stuff on it,
Now that
You
may
don't
put
have
me to
to-
sleep.
you don't have to come up. You need to turn it on and just let it play.
I may
You can
have
even
to
turn
do
the
that.
volume down really low if you want to, so you don't have to hear it.
I'll mute it, make up my own stories.
There you go. There you go. Make up your own stories. Put yourself to sleep. It'll be great. Okay. All right. Good night, Rumpus. Thank you for
All
coming
right,
up
we
tonight.
will see you. You want me to grab it next weekend? Or
Oh
what?
yeah. Your turn next week. Don't you-
I'll probably do Saturday night.
Okay, that sounds good. Just
All right.
message me.
I'll give
And-
you a holler.
Okay, sounds great. Take care.
All right.
Good
You
night.
have a
Good
great
night,
evening.
everybody.
Good night.
Thanks for coming
Anybody
tonight.
that's left, good night.
Yeah.
I'm out of here.